never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. It's too soon for candidates to entertain the idea of pardoning former President Donald Trump, so says his former boss, Mike Pence.
It's terribly premature, and it shows really a disrespect for our judicial system to talk about that now.
The former vice president saying on Fox News Sunday he knows what goes into granting a pardon and takes the process, quote, very seriously. A new poll by NBC News shows Trump's lead is growing over the rest of the Republican presidential field, despite his federal indictment. Governor Brian Kemp condemned two neo-Nazi demonstrations that took place outside of synagogues in Macon and near Atlanta on Friday and Saturday. A group of about a dozen neo-Nazi extremists waving swastika flags and displaying anti-Semitic propaganda gathered in front of a synagogue about 20 miles from Atlanta during services on Saturday, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution reported. At least 3 people are dead and others injured after a shooting in Kansas City. The gunfire erupted Sunday morning in a parking lot, leaving 8 people shot. The victims were found dead at the scene and 5 others were hospitalized with what are believed to be non-life-threatening injuries. Some damage is being reported in Indiana after a suspected tornado hit the central part of the state. This reporter describes the scene in Johnson County.
A lot of damage in this area, and this is just some of the beginning. There are houses that have no roofs. There are trees that are down.
Tornado warnings were in effect in multiple counties Sunday. Thousands of customers were without power statewide. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching a formal investigation into the deadly implosion of the Titan submersible that killed all 5 on board. The probe is currently in the evidence collection phase. Monday night's Powerball jackpot swells to $440 million. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Sarah Ferguson has been diagnosed with an early form of breast cancer. A spokesperson for the Duchess of York said on Sunday that she's been undergoing treatment and was diagnosed after a routine mammogram. Ferguson's doctors have told her that the prognosis is good, and she's now recuperating with her family after a recent surgery to treat the cancer, according to the spokesperson. The Qatari Investment Authority is in talks to purchase an NBA, NHL, and WNBA team.
The Athletic reports the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Qatar is in talks to buy a stake in the parent company that owns Washington's local NBA, NHL, and WNBA teams. The deal for the small ownership stake would be valued at about $4 billion. This follows an agreement between the PGA Tour and the Saudi Arabian-owned Public Investment Fund to merge the Tour and LIV Golf. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Brittany Griner has been named a starter for the WNBA's upcoming All-Star game. The league made the announcement on Sunday, giving Griner the nod for the 9th time in her career. That includes last year when she was named an honorary All-Star by the WNBA. Griner missed all of the 2022 season as she spent nearly 300 days in Russian custody. She was released in December as part of a prisoner exchange. It's deja vu for Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, making it back to the top spot at the box office with another $19 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. And whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, with a flip of the magic twagger, we get it underway. Thank you so much. Hi there. As we kick off another week, close out the weekend. Is it the best day of the week? We're going to make our way into a Monday, like it or not, 26th day of June. It will be the final week of June. As we head toward what's expected to be a very busy travel weekend next weekend. Essentially, Independence Day weekend. Of course, July 4th falls on a Tuesday this year. So a lot of folks will have a screwy schedule, long weekend. Yeah, matter of fact, got the memo from Hot Shot Secret over the weekend. I don't know if they updated that, but yeah, for the Independence Day weekend, July the 3rd, Monday and the 4th, will be observed holidays this year. So it will be a long weekend next weekend. Now, otherwise, I guess we had an okay weekend. Finally did get a bit of pool time in Saturday. Early on, we thought Sunday was going to be the nicest day, expecting highs in the upper 80s. And they were talking throughout the day Saturday, concerns about potential severe weather, like later Sunday afternoon. But I was kind of surprised. You step out early in the morning, had some storms rolling through our area between like 9 and 11 a.m. Sunday morning. And a lot of clouds. I did have a few peaks of sun in the afternoon. I think that rain we got early in the day kind of stabilized the atmosphere just a bit for our area. Even though we were under a tornado watch through the evening hours, Indiana ended up being pretty hard hit as we're getting the reports in. Damage, numerous tornadoes, a lot of people without power this Sunday night, Monday morning. Roy sent me a video from, was it Greendale, Indiana? That was a pretty violent tornado. Let's start right there. Let's look over to the Hoosier State. Damage reported 15 miles south of Indianapolis, Johnson County. Tornado Sunday afternoon, a little after 3 o'clock Central Time. Multiple videos posted on social media showing the tornado on the ground at the intersection of Interstate 69 and Indiana State Route 144. According to the National Weather Service, WTHR, fire chief in Whiteland, Indiana, they're in Johnson County, said multiple structures damaged. Johnson County Emergency Management said multiple homes severely damaged or collapsed following the tornado. Some of the videos posted showing the walls of structures caved in, roofs of multiple structures destroyed. It was Greenwood, Indiana. Yes. Several trees down and scattered across the area. Officials in Beggarsville in Johnson County said 75 homes had moderate to severe damage there, according to the local Fox affiliate. The first round of search and rescue from officials has been completed. No injuries reported thus far. In southern Indiana, a confirmed tornado reported in Crane just after 3:30 Central, confirmed by law enforcement there. Debris was visible. Multiple trees down on homes and cars there in Crane County. Large hail was another concern for the weekend. They advised, some of these storms could produce baseball-sized hail, and indeed, they lived up to the forecast. Hailstones the size of baseballs reported damaging roofs and siding in Kirkland, Indiana. Tennis ball-sized hail reported elsewhere in the state, including Spencer and Sheridan, Indiana. As the severe weather moved on southeastward into Kentucky, yes, tennis ball-sized hail observed in Webster County there in the western part of the state. Large hail also reported in McLean and Union counties Sunday afternoon. Now, even through the overnight hours tonight, we still have strong storms. And this line that is pushing southward through Kentucky, I'll tell you what, nearly from west to east, the entire southern portions of Kentucky right now are under severe thunderstorm warnings. This line producing damaging straight line winds as it drops toward the Kentucky-Tennessee line. So whatever interstate you're traveling north and south, when you roll into this bad boy line, get ready to probably be better off to pause and let that line push through. The severe thunderstorm watch continues till like 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, now expanding on down nearly to Knoxville, Tennessee. So in north central and eastern portions of Tennessee. Then on further to the south, a separate cluster of very strong thunderstorms producing multiple counties with severe thunderstorm warnings right there in central and west central Mississippi. Some of these storms really packing a punch tonight. I guess the threat for tornadoes has dropped off pretty significantly. We do not have any additional tornado watches, just probably the straight line winds and the large hail will be the continued concern through the overnight hours. Now, going back as we kicked off the weekend, same storm system was much further to the west, and tornadoes also being produced. A tornado striking the largest coal mine in the country, while workers were in the midst of a shift change Friday in northeastern Wyoming. At least 8 people injured there. According to the county spokesperson, the tornado hit the North Antelope Rochelle mine, Campbell County, about 6:20 Friday evening. It was confirmed that event occurred during shift change. Over the weekend, 6 remained hospitalized at Campbell County Health, all in stable condition. They anticipate treating and releasing ultimately all 6 of those patients. One individual transported for further care to the Memorial Hospital in Douglas, Wyoming. And there was one other that refused medical treatment. The mine operator, Peabody Energy Corporation, confirmed the facility sustained damage, but all employees had been accounted for. Operations have been suspended until we can fully assess facility damages and begin the process of restarting safe operations at the mine. Power and gas has been shut off to the mine, according to emergency officials. But this particular mine is the largest coal mine in the United States as far as production is concerned, according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. So there you go. Now, as we get the new week started here, we talked much of last week about the heat. The big heat dome in Texas, the scorching temperatures there. That continues to be the case as we enter yet another week through a large portion of Texas. And this is now going to begin to expand further to the north and east, encompassing several other states, New Mexico, Oklahoma, southern Kansas, Arkansas, and Louisiana will be coming into some much warmer temperatures. Just how hot will it be? Meanwhile, our storms that we were just discussing over the weekend, As we begin the new week, the weekend storms, cooler conditions behind with the passage of the storms in much of the Midwest and eventually into the Northeast by later today. Change in temperature by Tuesday for cities like Buffalo, New York, and Columbus, Ohio. Not going to be quite as drastic as those further to the west, but we are going to see temperatures more in the lower 70s rather than the 80s like we were seeing last week. Meanwhile, the threat for severe weather moves on over to the eastern seaboard. The excess of moisture is going to help make severe weather possible across a wide swath of the East Coast through the upcoming day and into Monday night. The most widespread severe risk, aside from cloud-to-ground lightning, is going to be damaging winds, 60, 70 miles per hour. Storms may again also contain hail, and we cannot rule out a few isolated tornadoes, which could all lead to power outages. Storms are forecast to rumble from central New York and southern New England, southward all the way down to Alabama and Georgia. So Pittsburgh, PA, New York City, Raleigh, North Carolina, down into the Atlanta metro area. Even our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., forecast to have a higher risk for these storms. As the week progresses, thunderstorms could again be pretty feisty on Tuesday, which would again threaten some of the same cities like Philadelphia, for example. Right along the eastern seaboard, you'll be most at risk for the severe weather Tuesday into Tuesday evening because you're going to have an influx of moisture coming in off the Atlantic there. Once again, damaging winds will be the most widespread risks, but downpours going to be heavy once again at this point in time. Fact of the matter is communities in the Northeast could really use some rainfall. We could have used a whole lot more rainfall than we got here. I thought finally the lawn's going to get a little drink. The storms that came through early Sunday morning, we did get some light, maybe moderate rain for about an hour. But, most areas where you got the big trees, it wasn't even enough to really moisten the ground under the trees. So things still very dry. I'm going to have to be watering some flowers in the coming days. All right, 844-844-3388 is our number. As we were rolling into the weekend, folks in Cincinnati, Ohio were all about their Cincinnati Reds. As for the first time since, 1901, you had two teams coming together, both on winning streaks of 8 games or more. The Braves came into town with that 8-game win streak. The Reds started the weekend on an 11-game win streak. Reds were able to pull off the win Friday night. So ultimately, 12-game winning streak, which came to an end on Saturday. Primetime Saturday afternoon, a 4 o'clock Eastern time game. The Braves held on for the victory. And Sunday afternoon, closing out the 3-game series, Braves hold on again for a 7-6 win. The final score there. Those Braves are hot. I mean, their record is at 50 wins and 27 losses now. So Braves take 2 out of 3. Reds still atop the National League Central Division, but just barely. You've got the Reds with 41 wins, 37 losses. Milwaukee knocking on the door. Technically, they would be tied because the Reds have played one more game than Milwaukee. Milwaukee is at 40 wins and 37 losses, so technically half game back. But it's a tight division. Chicago Cubs as well, just 3 games back behind Cincinnati. Who's it gonna be? And we're not even to the All-Star break yet, but it was very exciting. I don't recall seeing Great American Ballpark packed and stacked, sold out on Friday night. I'm not sure. It looked like it was pretty close to a sellout there Saturday afternoon, and there was a big crowd Sunday as well. So big weekend in Reds country. Good to have you on board as we get the new week started here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, meanwhile, Trust, you had a good weekend. Anybody make it up to Tomah, Wisconsin for the NTPA Wisconsin Dairyland Super Nationals over the weekend there? Of course, Hot Shot Secret was on the scene, Kyle and friends at the sponsor booth. I guess the next big event coming up on the calendar, not this upcoming weekend, but the following weekend. That's when our Outlaw Diesel Super Series hits the track in Richardsville, Kentucky, Beach Bend Raceway Park. Now, Hot Shot Secret will be the title sponsor. We'll have numerous racer sponsorships. Obviously, Kyle will be there with the Hot Shot Secret booth. Let's just hope for some good weather for that weekend. That'll be July the 7th and the 8th, right on the heels of the July 4 weekend or July 4 week. Meanwhile, hello to Debbie out of the box here as we get the new week started. Good evening, I guess, out in Montana. A beautiful night for trucking in Montana, she says. Everybody drive safe, and God bless the drivers out there. Hello to Timothy Roy in Northwest Illinois, 68 tonight. There's Safety Man, Dave the Safety Man. Good morning, y'all. Have a safe week out there. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. That must be Larry. Indeed it is. Be safe. 75 at the New York-New Jersey state line tonight. Canadian Terry checks in, listening in a smoky Montreal, Quebec tonight. Yeah, 70 degrees, smoggy conditions with the wildfires. You may get a bit of assistance from Mother Nature. That storm we were talking about headed over toward the East Coast is expected to bring some rains also into eastern portions of Canada over the next couple days. Of course, yes, the firefighters would take any assistance they could get from Mother Nature there. Hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve. The overnight crew, our thoughts tonight for the folks impacted by the severe weather there in Indiana. Hello, Pappy. I got that vacation underway. 3 weeks worth. Wow. 68 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. All you nocturnal listeners ready to get this week started? Well, let's roll. Let's go. Are you with me, Big Ed? Hello to Sylvester. How we doing? Getting ready for the big move, huh? In the land down under. Dean listening in is packing up the garage for our move starting this week. So he and the missus going to be moving into their new home there in the land down under. Thanks for chiming in tonight, though. Let's see, Double Trucker, good morning. Checking in from Lodi, 71 degrees. Very humid tonight, waiting on my loads to head back to western New York. All right, 5-7, there we go. We get the new week started. Copy the mail, as he likes to say. Mr. Mooney, morning, Steve, and the overnight listeners. Right now, 91, but feels, yes, at this out, feels like 101 degrees in Fort Worth, Texas. Isn't that something, 91, and the humidity? So it's almost 11:30 Central Time there in the Fort Worth area. Feels like 101. In the land down under 65 degrees, crystal blue skies in Terrigal, New South Wales. Next week it'll be from, how do you say it, Currumbong, New South Wales. From the new home 20. You'll have to tell me how to pronounce that. Currumbong, I believe it is. Cap and Ron checking in for the greatest day of the week. Yeah, we've been thinking about you, Cap and Ron. I kind of wondered if you ever got that dreaded phone call at this point or not. I'm sure you'll let us know when the time comes. Get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Meanwhile, of course, as we get the new week started, we open up the phone lines at 844-844-3388. And we'll break down the heat that's going to be expanding, not only from Texas, but to other surrounding areas coming up. Lots to cover in our industry headlines with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A new national poll shows the Republican Party is divided over former President Trump's candidacy in 2024. According to the NBC News poll, Trump is expanding his lead over the GOP primary field, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Former Vice President Mike Pence says it's premature for any presidential candidate to talk about a pardon for Trump. Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Pence acknowledged the 37-count indictment against Trump is serious, but that taking a position on a pardon at this point is a presumption of guilt. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching a formal investigation into the deadly implosion of the Titan submersible that killed all 5 on board. The investigation is currently in the evidence collection phase. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returned to number 1, notching more than $19 million across theaters in the U.S. and Canada. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, under industry headlines, had a train derailment that occurred over the weekend in Montana, plunging, I believe, 10 rail cars into the Yellowstone River. Start with the initial breakdown. Train derailed on the bridge crossing Yellowstone River, Stillwater County, Saturday morning. In total, 10 cars derailed, 6 carrying asphalt, 3 carrying molten sulfur, and 1 containing ground-up scrap metal. Now, a car containing sodium hydrosulfide that was close to the river was moved by Sunday afternoon. That will be re-railed in a secure location, according to the Montana Rail Link. In addition, water quality sampling is being performed by a contractor with oversight from the Montana Department of Environment. Preliminary results reportedly do not show petroleum hydrocarbons or sulfur impacts on water quality. Now, no reported injuries relating to the derailment. It was actually the bridge crossing the river that collapsed into the river, which has essentially caused the derailment. Now, the update this past evening says the train car containing sodium hydrosulfide closest to the river has been successfully moved, and it will be re-railed, moved to a secure location, according to Montana Rail Link. MRL also said chunks of asphalt have been found downriver, which may be associated with the derailment. A sample of the asphalt's being investigated. Water quality sampling being performed by a contractor. Preliminary results, as I just mentioned, do not show petroleum hydrocarbons or sulfur. The full update from the Montana Rail Link, transloading of the sodium hydrosulfide car has been completed successfully. This process entails moving the contents from one rail car to another, or a rail car or truck. We are aware of reports of globs of asphalt appearing downriver that may be associated with the derailment. Now, Montana Rail Link, working with the Montana DEQ and the EPA. We appreciate the governor and the first lady's visit to the site Sunday afternoon, along with the messages from members of Montana's congressional delegation. Additional equipment, including a large crane, will be brought on site to assist with construction and remediation efforts. Site cleanup and remediation will be an extensive process, but we are committed to working closely with all of our local, state, and federal partners. All right, again, 10 total rail cars derailing, falling into the river there. So is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Hillbilly out of the box here, getting the brand new week started.
Good morning, Steve. Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday. Happy.
Well, you got to go through Monday to get to Friday.
Yep, sure do.
That's my philosophy. Hey, traffic report, 275 ramp from 75 to eastbound 275 is closed for construction. Anybody's got to go that way, get off Donaldson 184 there, and turn right and turn left on Dixie Highway, bring it back out on 275.
Okay.
I just went by there. So, like I said, it's just construction. Other than that, short weekend, but got to spend time with the daughter and her half daughter, and had a good weekend with them.
That's good.
Went through one of the thunderstorms there in Central Kentucky, taking her back to Lexington, but it wasn't that bad. Just pea-sized hail. Wasn't nothing like they had in southern Indiana. So.
Yeah, I mean, Pappy shared some video where he was out on his deck this past evening. He was getting some, mostly like pea-size, maybe a little bit larger than a pea-size hail, but he only lives a few miles away from the bunker, and my wife said we barely even got a sprinkle here. I thought for sure I was going to get woke up with rumbles of thunder and strong storms, but nope.
I know when we got home in Warsaw there, our driveway deck was wet, so we got some rain. I don't know how much. But our crops need it. Everybody needs it right now. But I just want to wish all the drivers and everyone else have a safe week and productive week, and be safe out there.
All right. Thanks for checking in there, Hillbilly. You do the same. Have a great week. Yeah, I just kind of refreshed on the radar. But that line in southern Kentucky, I mean, you talk about some frog strangling rains, torrential rains. Yeah, stretching, again, through much of southern. Yeah, starting right about Bowling Green. The heavy stuff just moving into the Bowling Green area as we speak. Let's see, on further to the east, the rain's now just pretty much south of Richmond, so areas south of Richmond, Kentucky. Won't be long before this line will be pushing right there into the Tennessee line, but yeah, if you're rolling along I-75, just before you get into London, the rain begins right now. London, it's kind of almost frog strangling rain there, heavy rains, probably a lot of lightning, and all the way up to Berea, Kentucky. On over the stretch of highways at 27, say from Somerset, Kentucky, all the way to Stanford, west to east. I mean, the torrential rains, again, stretching from Bowling Green all the way over to Hazard, Kentucky in the east. That is a strong line of storms for this late night hour. In the meantime, yes, out on the track over the weekend, Wheelchair Dave had checked in several race report updates. It was Nashville Super Speedway, the location for action over the weekend. It looks like this past day, I did not get to tune in, but Ross Chastain claiming his first win of the season at Trackhouse's home track in Nashville. So he was one that was way back, not really in playoff contention as far as points were concerned. But now with a win, with a victory, he jumps back into the title picture. So a big celebration there. Ross Chastain with the win. Martin Truex Jr. finishing second. Denny Hamlin winding out the top three at Nashville this past day. I did get to tune into some of the Xfinity race there Saturday evening. Dave wanted me to share as well. Corvette Racing. Since 1999, Corvette Racing's been competing in sports car racing via a partnership between Chevrolet and Pratt Miller Motorsports, with the team owned by Chevrolet. Now, that changes with the new GT3 era, which kind of de-emphasizes corporate team ownership in favor of customer teams. Privateers buy the race cars from the manufacturers and run the operations themselves, often with the support of the company. That arrangement has worked well for the likes of Porsche, Mercedes, and Aston Martin, other teams and manufacturers. I guess recently it was announced that Corvette Racing will become Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports, beginning with the season-opening Rolex 24 at Daytona come next January. Officials announced the formation of a program that will lead competition and development efforts with the Chevrolet Corvette Z06 GTR GT3R. Now, two teams. Corvette's returning to a two-car effort with Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller Motorsports. They're going to campaign a pair of the new for 2024 GT3 spec Corvettes for a full season and the GT Daytona Pro category of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. The current car is technically a GT3, but it was retrofitted from his previous role as a GT Le Mans class car. Now, the Z06 will be a full-fledged GT3. Ford, incidentally, recently announced a Mustang GT3 effort that they're going to be pursuing. So we will once again have that old classic Ford-Chevy battle on the track once again. And then something about the rumor mill, speculations that who will be heading the second Corvette team. Some of the rumblings are maybe Hendricks Motorsports. All right, thank you to Wheelchair Dave for sharing. Oh, by the way, he did say he is back in Lake Lanier. He went down to Florida for about a week or so. He said, Steve, it rained. It rained and rained. He said, I'm glad to be back in Lake Lanier. What do you say, Captain Ron?
Happy Monday. Greatest day of the week. So, I guess the update on my dad, I'll start with that. As it started out about a week ago. He went to the hospital for 2 or 3 days, and then he was put in hospice for a couple of days. Well, when he got into hospice, he started eating some, and they felt like since you're eating, you're not really dying just yet. So they kicked him out of hospice, and they moved him into my mom's house Friday evening, I think it was. And they've got 24-hour care going around with the family for right now. It holds on until the 1st. He's eligible. They want a lawsuit from Hanford, a nuclear facility there in Washington. But that they're going to get round-the-clock care for him for that, and we'll see how it goes. I don't know. He's ready for it to be over. I mean, he's got Parkinson's and can't feed himself and hallucinating from the Parkinson's. I guess that's some of the side effects of the Parkinson's, and some of the medications is giving him hallucinations. And I don't know. He just wants it to be all over. I mean, he's bedridden. He can't get out of bed. Can't sit in a wheelchair. Can't do anything. Of course, they've got to clean up his poopy diapers and all that. He's just tired of everybody having to,
it comes
take
to the
care
whole,
of him.
the
He
whole,
just wants.
it's the quality of life thing. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a life. I mean, even if he did pull out of it, what's there to look forward to? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about euthanasia or how I feel about it totally, but it seems like we need to do something when they get to that point where there really is no life, even if they did get better. I don't know. He's just ready for it to be done. They're having trouble making him take his medicine because he feels that if he quits eating and taking his medication, it would come faster.
Yeah.
And like I said the other day, and I can't blame him. I wouldn't want to live that life either. But it just seems like to me we need to be at a point where we can have that kind of a decision on our own. I mean, he's got a sound mind. He knows exactly what's going on. I mean, he doesn't have Alzheimer's or any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just ready to get it over with, to be done with it. But that's about all the news I got for that. So, just still waiting for that dreaded phone call that it's coming at some point. So I haven't been able to turn my phone off when I go to bed and all of that. It's just been, I'm just ready for it to be over too.
Okay. Tough times. That's tough.
Yeah, it's tough. Did I hear they reopened that Philadelphia section?
Yes, indeed. That is back up and running. That is correct. Yes.
Well, that's a good deal. That came way faster than I thought. But, well, other than that, I guess that's all I got for now. Thanks for taking my call. I guess you'll have to find you an intelligent caller somewhere.
All right. Oh, that can be tough to do sometimes on a Monday, if you know what I mean. But yes, indeed. Lines available at 844-844-3388. And yes, the answer to that question, traffic is flowing again on what was the shutdown section of I-95 after just 12 days after that fiery crash. They have reopened with 6 lanes of temporary pavement. 3 11-foot lanes each direction. That pavement that's been laid over that bed of recycled glass aggregate made of discarded bottles that they turn into lightweight gravel-like material. Over the past 12 days, the eyes of the country have been on Pennsylvania. We showed them what our grit and determination can accomplish, and we showed them good government in action, says the governor. This is what we can do when government at all levels comes together to get the job done. Now, the speed limit over this segment of I-95 will be 45 miles per hour. There are no shoulders on this temporary span. Although temporary repairs have reopened 95, there's no official timeline for the full reconstruction, which that is indeed expected to take months to complete. Engineers have already begun designing and ordering materials for a new permanent bridge. Even with traffic on the reopened section of I-95, the Cottonman Avenue exit from northbound 95 obviously has to remain closed as crews work to fully reconstruct the highway there. 9 before the hour on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back over to some of our listening friends on board. Thank you, Sylvester. You said it is pronounced Kurrenbong, which actually means water over rocks in the local Aboriginal language. Water over rocks. All right, Kurrenbong. Well, Gabby chimed in here briefly. That's Miss Millie's granddaughter. She says, I have Grammy's phone again because I left mine at the other grandma's house. Whoops. Grammy had to have a shot. I'm going to stay with her for a few days till she feels better. She broke her right hip again and cannot have a hip replacement, so please pray for my Grammy. I really love her, and I'll tell you all to be blessed like she does. And I know she'll listen to the show tomorrow, and she'll know I told you. You know, she likes to be private. But good night to all. I'm going to go back to bed before she wakes up again. So be very quiet. Thank you for the update, though. Prayers for Miss Millie. All right, Ice Cream Man. Hey there. Good morning, Steve. Ice Cream Man checking in from Iowa tonight. Got to see the wife today. I've got a delivery in Fort Dodge coming up in the morning here. Hello from Jeff. Good morning, Steve. Jeff from New York City. Ready for a great show as always. Thank you so much. And there's the Milkman. Good morning, all. Milkman, copy the mail. Everybody have a great week. All right, got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I think Knucklebuster heard the call that we were looking for an intelligent caller, so he jumped on board. We'll see if that's true. Before we get to that, because we're getting close to news break here, kind of a heartwarming story. I'd like to find some positive things in this world that's just seemingly overwhelmed with negative. A World War II veteran receiving more than 4,500 birthday cards in celebration of his 100th birthday about a week ago. Carl Reed joined the Army in 1944, served as a supply clerk and truck operator for the 27th Infantry Division. Back in late May, the former Army corporal ask fellow Americans via social media to celebrate his birthday with him by sending cards to Laban Lusk Sanchez, Texas Veterans Home in Big Spring, Texas. He was hoping to maybe get 100 cards, but he received thousands. He celebrated his birthday surrounded by friends, family members, and a stack of cards. He received cards from 48 states, and he also got one from Canada. It's nice to have all my friends here, says Reed. I was broken up when I got out there. But after leaving the Army, he raised his family on a farm. His sons said their father gave them a good life. His son Donald said, this party was meant to shower Dad with the love and affection he deserves. Just to say thank you for all the things he'd done for us when we were growing up and continued to do over our lives. And to just tell him how much I love him, said his son. He's always been there for us if we needed anything. Just a good, strong man that you could lean on. So happy 100th birthday to Carl Reed. And I guess a big thank you to all those thousands that took time to send him a happy birthday wishes. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Former Vice President Mike Pence says it's disrespectful to the judicial system to already assume guilt when discussing former President Trump and his federal indictment.
The charges in the indictment are serious, and I can't defend what is alleged, but the president's entitled to his day in court.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Pence declined to say whether he would pardon Trump if convicted. Fellow Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie says it's absurd for Trump to claim he got indicted for America.
The same way he has absurdly claimed in the last week that he still won the 2020 election. And he said that's how he's going to persuade suburban female voters to vote for him in 2024 that didn't vote for him in 2020.
Christie on ABC's This Week. He also spoke over the weekend at the Faith and Freedom Coalition event and was booed when he criticized Trump. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the short-lived rebellion by a private military group shows real cracks within Russia over its war in Ukraine. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Blinken said the Kremlin went from expecting an easy takeover in Ukraine to now having to defend Moscow against the Wagner Group. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching a formal investigation into the deadly implosion of the Titan submersible that killed all 5 on board. The investigation was announced on Sunday during a news conference in Boston. The MBI investigation that's being conducted is the highest level investigation by the U.S. Coast Guard. Cleanup efforts are underway after a train carrying hazardous materials plunged into a Montana river. Saturday's derailment near Billings caused several hazmat cars to topple into the Yellowstone River. It's unclear if any of the materials leaked into the water. Pope Francis offered prayers on Sunday for the family of a Vatican schoolgirl who's been missing for 40 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Regulators are approving the first lab-grown meat in the USA to be sold at restaurants and eventually supermarkets.
The Agriculture Department okayed California companies Upside Foods and Good Meat to sell chicken made from animal cells instead of slaughtered birds. The FDA approved lab-grown meat from both companies as safe for human consumption months ago. Companies have been trying to launch the new way of meat production in hopes to reduce animal harm and environmental effects of selling meat. I'm Ryan Daniels.
A familiar face is atop the box office. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returns as the weekend's top film with just over $19 million from theaters across the U.S. and Canada. In second place is Pixar's Elemental with nearly $18.5 million. Looking for a new home? A list of the best metro areas will help you decide.
Topping the list, Green Bay, Wisconsin, called the perfect mix of big city amenities and a Midwest small-town feel. Number 2, Huntsville, Alabama, home of a huge NASA research facility. Science and education are at the center of the third-ranked spot, the triangle of Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Boulder, Colorado, and Sarasota, Florida round out the top 5. The list from U.S. News & World Report factors all kinds of data, including from the Census Bureau, the FBI, and the Labor Department. Top factors: desirability, a strong job market, and high quality of life. I'm Richard Johnson.
I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty then, back on a Monday as we kick off round number 2. And crossed over the midnight hour in the Central Time Zone. Hard to imagine. Final week for the month of June. And seems like just yesterday when last year, as we rolled into the Independence Day weekend, July 4. And I said at the time, snap your finger, blink an eye, and we'll be talking about winter weather returning. Where does the time go? Well, meanwhile, conditions have been pretty toasty across the south central states for much of the month of June. And forecasters tell us temperatures are going to climb 5 to 15 degrees above historical averages through the upcoming week. So we're going to probably be talking about some record highs being put in jeopardy. We've got a northward bulge in the jet stream across the central states, allowing this persistent hot air to push northward out of Mexico and expanding now across, of course, Texas has been hot, but New Mexico, Oklahoma, southern Kansas, Arkansas, Louisiana going to come into play. This heat has had a prolonged grip on Texas, and as we start off the new week, it's going to continue, and high pressure is going to be way up in the atmosphere, expanding from northern New Mexico into more of eastern Texas this upcoming week. So areas across northern, eastern, from Dallas to Tyler to Wichita Falls, typically would see highs in the low to mid-90s. Now, during the last week of June, they're forecast to be above 100 degrees for multiple days yet again this upcoming week. Now, Sunday morning, heat advisories were in place across a large portion of Texas, eastern Oklahoma, Louisiana, Arkansas, western Mississippi, and even the far western counties of Tennessee there. Excessive heat warnings were also issued for west central and southern Texas once again early Sunday. So temperatures upwards of 100 to 110 degrees will grip a large portion of southern New Mexico, southern Arizona, and parts of southeastern California throughout the upcoming week. And you've got the traditionally hot places like Death Valley, California. May finally climb upwards of 113 degrees later this week as that dome of heat expands into that corner of the country. A level that locations in Texas have been contending with for several weeks now. So be mindful of the heat dangers, dehydration, heat stroke, sunburn, obviously, heat exhaustion. Drink plenty of water to help combat some of those risks. Temperatures more typical of late July are going to spread to parts of the plains through late this week. Kansas City, Missouri, expecting to see the lower 90s by late this week. So far in the month of June, Kansas City residents have only observed 2 90-degree days. Temperatures have come close to that mark on multiple locations. Even locations like Wichita, Kansas, Springfield, Missouri are forecast to reach near or maybe exceed the triple digits, 100 degrees, during the latter half of this week. Chances for some relief. When might we see some relief from the heat? All right, chances may arrive across areas of western and northwestern Texas late this week. Temperatures may only drop to values slightly above the historical average for areas like Amarillo, Texas. Texas in particular really is in dire need of a break from the heat and humidity. But the center of this heat dome that's providing these dangerous conditions looks to stick around through at least midweek this week. In Houston, temperatures expected to remain above the historical averages for the foreseeable future. At this point in time, they tell us. Well, what do you say there, Knuckle Buster? Happy Monday.
Yes, it's a Monday. That's all I can say about it there. I want to appreciate anyone that laid prayers out for Tennessee's sister this past weekend. She passed away Friday.
Oh, really?
She had told she had told Tennessee a week ago that she was going home. She's been in the hospital since January had a massive stroke, flatlined a couple of times, and then they don't know either she coughed her trach out or she pulled it out one Friday there, and then they couldn't get it back in, so she was not breathing. She flatlined a couple of times, and they rushed her to the hospital. She flatlined there some more. They still couldn't get the trach back in, and they put her on a ventilator, and she wasn't responding to anything. But she had told Tennessee a week ago that she.
And looks like I know Knucklebuster. Are you back? Well, okay, you dropped off for a second. Yeah, she told Tennessee a week ago that she was going home, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So Tennessee just didn't know she was talking about going home to be with Jesus and her parents, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I got a funeral coming up this coming weekend. I'll be out here all week there, and I appreciate anybody that prayed for them. And if you would, just pray for their family there for some comfort there.
Yes.
And talking about that bad weather, yeah, it was 97 degrees there at the house in North Mississippi. And then we had a tornado come through in Marshall County, which is the next county over from where I live there in Mississippi. So I don't know. It's going to be a hot summer. Ain't going to be no chili today and hot tamale. It's just going to be hot tamale, right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. That lab-grown meat,
Yeah.
I ain't eating none of that junk, but they can forget about that. I'll eat me a bunch of watermelon, but I ain't eating no lab-grown meat there. And you say that was 6 lanes of highway up there in Philadelphia, Mississippi?
Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Well, I think say Philadelphia, Mississippi didn't need no 6 lanes of highway. There wasn't enough people there. I read where some mercenaries tried to do a coup on Vladimir Putin.
That was.
But they did steal it.
It was a very interesting weekend, to say the least, in Russia. And that is, 25. I mean, this group had 25,000 soldiers that were marching toward Moscow.
Wow, that's crazy. But they did manage to steal his podium. That's what I heard. I don't know whether that's true or not there. So, and then somebody posted on Facebook a picture of Joe Biden holding one of them cardboard homeless signs reading, "We'll trade political favors for cash." Well, we all know that'd be true, right?
I think he's been there, done that.
Yeah, I know that's right. And they got a new study out that finds that there's a bizarre connection between being a liberal and having giant, goofy eyes. Look at AOC and Hillary and Nancy. Yeah, they got some big old eyeballs, man. Well, I got an uncle. He had a 1960 Chevrolet pickup truck with a Ford bed on it and had a Ford tailgate on it. We call that thing a Ford there, right? Anyway, that's some redneck ingenuity on all that stuff there. Talking about that train wreck out there in Yellowstone.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, ain't no Steve Summers show going to be complete without Knucklebuster going, train, choo-choo train. Can't you hear that woo, woo, woo? I've never been the same. All right, take me out of here for right now, Mr. Steve Summers. If I don't get a half a dozen phone calls for next time I call in while I'm trying to get online there, we'll be all right there.
Okay, so, all right, yeah, that was just bizarre scenario there in Russia. Is what they were describing as an actual coup d'etat. Yeah, looking to remove Vladimir Putin. Heavily armed Russian mercenaries. The move was Friday into Saturday. They were progressing. He said what they were fortifying around Moscow, placing all these massive dump trucks loaded with sand to try and to block their ability to proceed. Somewhere down the line, I guess, would you say, I don't know, cooler minds prevailed? Because this could have been, I mean, could you imagine the amount of bloodshed that would have occurred if Russian forces literally began facing off against 25,000 heavily armed mercenaries looking to overthrow Putin? A deal was made, mediated by the president of Belarus. The fighters of what they call the Wagner Group, that was the mercenary group, the Wagner Group, agreeing that they would return to their base in returns for guarantees for their safety and the safety of their leader, who has agreed that he's going to leave Russia and move to Belarus. The aborted mutiny raises big questions about Putin's grip on the country. This was pretty much just literally hours away from all-out civil war in Russia, is what you'd have to describe it as. Now, Putin's ruled with an iron hand for more than 2 decades. Italy's foreign minister, echoing other analysts, said this has shattered the myth that there is unity in Russia. Now, I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. I believe it's Prigozhin. I haven't heard his name on any news updates. Prigozhin, maybe, who was a former Putin ally, whose forces fought the bloodiest battles of the 16-month war in Ukraine, said his decision to advance on Moscow was intended to remove a corrupt, incompetent Russian commanders that he blames for botching the war in Ukraine. He was seen leaving the district military headquarters in Rostov, hundreds of miles south of Moscow, late on Saturday. His whereabouts as of Sunday not clear. But in 24 hours, we got within 200 kilometers of Moscow, and this time we did not spill a single drop of our fighters' blood, he says. Understanding that Russia blood would be spilled on one side, we're turning our columns around and we're going to go back to field camps as planned. After capturing Rostov, the main rear logistics hub for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the mercenaries had raced north on Saturday in what he called a march for justice, transporting tanks and armored trucks, smashing through barricades that had been set up to stop them. Moscow told residents, stay indoors. They had deployed soldiers in preparation for the arrival of the mercenaries, who appeared to meet little pushback from the regular armed forces. So, by the way, the capital was calm Sunday, following the deal to de-escalate. Today, Monday, has been declared a non-working day to allow things to settle. I mean, that close to all-out civil war in Russia. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Hey, Q-Ball will be checking in momentarily here on a Monday.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I had some disruptions to air travel in the D.C. area Sunday evening. Update a little after 9:30 said normal operations at the airports resumed about an hour after everything was pretty much suspended Sunday evening. A problem at a major air traffic control facility, according to the FAA. Operations at Reagan and Dulles International Airports have restarted after repairs to communication systems were made at the Potomac Terminal Radar Approach Control Facility. But while those repairs were underway, departures from National and Dulles were under a ground stop. So back to normal operations, I guess an hour. Yeah, that puts everybody behind a little bit, and that'll throw a monkey wrench into some of the connecting airports around the country. But hello, Cue Ball.
Morning, Steve. I'm going to wind them up a little bit for you today because I've been running all weekend. I'm on my way back out to Seattle to pick up that trailer. And I listened to a couple of 3 nights of your program while I wasn't on the road. I listened to them on Rumble. And there's a handful of things I realized that, well, it's not like I didn't already know this. I tell people all the time, people will give you good advice, or they will try to. And they will do it out of the kindness of their heart. They'll have the best of intentions. But I'll give you an example. My mother, I know my mother loves me. I know my father loves me. But do you think my mother and father can give me good advice as to what I should or shouldn't do with this truck? Absolutely not. They're not qualified. They love me, but they don't know what I do. How could they ever give me good advice? I listened to a couple of calls, and this is one of those things that I scratch my head and I wonder where are people coming from. I'll give you another example. I promise I'll pull it all into something here. My father was one of the biggest, when I was younger, like high school age, there ought to be a law kind of guy. There ought to be a law about this. There ought to be a law about that. I remember when I used to race at Old Bridge Township Raceway Park, Englishtown, in New Jersey, entry-level stuff, drag racing. My dad used to say, well, the neighborhood doesn't like the noise. That's why you can't run it on multiple cars until after 11 a.m. I'm like, Dad, the track was there before the houses were built. How dare they give the track a load of crap? You built a house next to a drag strip. What did you expect? Well, there ought to be a law. Well, my dad later on in years got into model airplanes. And guess what they built right next to his little model airplane? The remote control aircraft. Guess what they built right next to the flying field where you fly your model airplane? My father would refer to them as mixed mansions. They were like all the same. But they were big, huge houses on teeny-weeny little lots. and they got tired of hearing them with a old men with their model airplanes. And my dad was like, hey, we were here first. I looked at my dad one day and go, there ought to be a law. He don't like that so much.
Yeah.
I'm listening to guys yesterday calling in about the submersible thing. Okay? And I'm amazed at how ignorant people are of some very basic facts. Everybody calls in. We don't like when the government overreaches in our industry. Our government doesn't know, crap about trucking. How dare they regulate trucking? Well, and then somebody else calls, they ought to regulate them subs. They ought to regulate those submersibles. They shouldn't be diving on that thing. There's dead bodies in that thing, in that ship. Okay, well, no one ever walked on a cemetery. Do you think the dead people in the Titanic give a rat's ass if they're dead? They don't care about a thing. Okay, I can understand if you're diving like on a warship that sank in battle. I can understand something like that. It just seems wrong. But beyond that, I'm amazed at people that don't want the government in regulate crap are the first ones to scream, the government ought to regulate this. Why? So 5 people got imploded in a submersible. Okay. Steve, let me ask you a question. Do you remember, and again, this has a little bit to do with it too, do you remember back in the 80s there was the Aloha flights that were like the island hopper aircraft that used to fly, or still do, I should say, but they're under a different name now, obviously. Used to do an island hopping in Hawaii, to go from island to island to island.
Sure.
You ever one of them had like the roof got ripped off? Like in flight, a big section of the roof just tore off the airplane. You're flying in a convertible. Another one. Aircraft don't fly at 7,000 feet for cruising altitude. It's more like 33 to 40, I think, 2,000 feet. I mean, again, unqualified opinions. You don't know enough about what you're talking about to have a valid opinion.
Well, hold that thought because we're going to pause there. But yeah, we heard a lot of that discussion last week. And so we'll pick up there after a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A new poll shows former President Trump is expanding his lead over the rest of the Republican presidential field despite his federal indictment. The NBC News survey finds only single-digit support for former Vice President Mike Pence, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Some damage is being reported in Indiana after a suspected tornado hit the central part of the state. Tornado warnings were in effect in multiple counties on Sunday. It turns out U.S. intelligence agencies briefed the White House and Congress last week of an expected arms rebellion in Russia. The spy agencies had picked up strong signals in mid-June that Wagner Group mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin was planning a revolt against Russia's defense ministry. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returns to the front of the box office pack with $19 million. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-5700. 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. It's 844-844-3388. Before we get back to cue ball, right there as we kind of close things out Friday morning, came across another interview with James Cameron, the Oscar-winning director of the movie Titanic. He had also said that the submersible that imploded, it did so because it was not constructed out of the proper materials. Now, believe it or not, Cameron is considered an expert on diving and submersibles. Apparently, in the process of filming the movie Titanic, he just really became fascinated with this stuff. And he spoke to the New York Times after they announced that they had located the debris. He said, "I've been down there many times. I know the Titanic wreck site very well. I've made 33 dives. And I've actually calculated that I spent more time at the ship than the captain did back in the day. As a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean, 3 times deeper than the Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems with building this type of vehicle, with all the safety protocols you have to go through." Now, he did say that there have never been any fatalities in this type of underwater exploration in the past, and that the Titan imploded because it was made out of carbon fiber, which is stronger and lighter than steel or aluminum, but has no strength in compression, he says. An implosion, when an object collapses inward, would have been an extremely violent event, like 10 cases of dynamite going off. Now, he said, deep submergence, this is a mature art. All submersibles except this one actually undergo certification protocols to make sure the vessels are safe for passengers. This, again, is a mature art. Many people in the community were very concerned about this sub. A number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying that what they were doing was too experimental to actually have humans on. It needed to be certified. So I'm kind of struck by the similarity to the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship, but he steamed full speed into an ice field on a moonless night. And many people died as a result of that. All right, welcome back, Cue Ball.
Yeah, thanks for holding me. So I was trying to explain back in the 80s, I'm pretty sure it was, there was these Aloha flights. They still do them now. It's just a different company. The Island Hopper aircraft, they go from island to island to island out there in Hawaii. Well, the plane was flying. They made a movie of this back in the day, too. The plane was flying and a big chunk of the roof ripped off. So you're going down you're flying down you're in an airplane flying, and you basically have a convertible in about midsection of your aircraft. Obviously, it decompressed. They dove down to get into, thicker air to where the passengers could breathe and managed to land this seemingly what could have been a crippled aircraft. It just had a big, huge piece of the roof missing. Now, the thing with those aircraft is they were very low on hours. They simply go up and quickly come right back down. But each time it does, it cycles the fuselage. How many times can you bend a paperclip back and forth before it breaks, Steve? Each time you bend it is a cycle, right?
Correct.
Eventually, the paperclip's going to break. Now, let's change the material. Let's make it a spring. How many times can you bend that back and forth? You ain't got enough lifetime to wait for that thing to break. Here I'm going with this. That airplane had low hours, but it cycled constantly. That Titan that Titan submersible, being mostly made of carbon fiber, I think it had like a stainless nose cone or some kind of material, like a metal type of cone, where he bolted it on. But how do you inspect carbon fiber? Like X-ray, like you would however else you would inspect, a metal submersible. I don't think you can with the carbon fiber. Not only carbon fiber doesn't like to be compressed, but how do you inspect it? And how many times can you cycle? So they've got away with that thing going down there a few times, but it cycled the material. And you're talking about the CEO. I've seen the videos. He's bragging about controlling it with a Xbox style remote control like some kid would have. I'm starting to wonder if this guy was more of an idealist than somebody like James Cameron. James might be a bit of an idealist too, but I believe that Cameron, unlike this, I can't remember the guy's name, the guy that owned that Ocean Gate. Cameron at least understands the science of how a damn submersible is built and how to run one. Compared to this OceanGate guy, I don't think he really knew what he was getting involved in and had to rely on other people that he paid to get the job done. Well, they're probably more liable to kiss his rear, especially when, the way I heard it, and I don't trust everything I hear on the news, that somebody got fired because they were saying your material isn't enough or thick enough or this crap won't last. It's going to kill some people. So instead of eating the one, they just let it go. So I understand what they're doing. And, I'm fascinated with the Titanic as well, just in the fact that they were able to build something like that massive in those days with very crude technology back when, society had the stones to build really cool things, despite the fact that there was risk. But my point with this call is I'm amazed at how many people are very ignorant of things. I heard after 3 days of listening to the show, not one person mentioned about a cyclic rate on how many times you could send a submersible to the 12,500 feet down, and what's the inspection process on that? How many times can you do it before you got to start taking it apart and figuring out the stress points on it, especially on something experimental? You think you'd be inspecting that thing up which way and down the other. I think it seemed to me like they just ran that thing like a rented mule once they had it built, not really checking much of anything. And again, with carbon fiber, I don't know if you can. And then there's the news, Steve, the crap you hear on the news. Let's go to that train wreck real quick. So I happened to be by there today. I had the GoPros on the top of the truck because I knew you weren't going to be able to pull over and take any video. So I had them in 3 different positions on the truck to get the shot. And it was all kinds of media down there. I heard just talking on it, like the governor was down there. And I'm like, why don't you just prop your phone up against a book in Helena and go on the news that way? Because the governor over there, that's not going to speed up the process of getting those tank cars and the chemicals or whatever's in there out of the water, is it? You really think they're going to be hooking up cranes to tank cars with the governor stand there? Or you think you got a lot of railroaders and a lot of other construction workers standing around waiting for the governor to quit running his gums? So that finally the bosses get out of there so the real people can get to work. Stay in Helena, you do people a lot better. The news, back to the submersible. Coast Guard briefing. The guy that could barely get any words out is asked by a female reporter about whether or not there's recovery of the bodies. And I just slapped my head. I'm like, lady, you were just told the sub imploded. I don't even really like calling it a submarine, but I guess it kind of sort of is. But lady, you were just told it was imploded. Now, we all know how you got your job. So just rip and read, answer the question, and if you get your answer, you won't understand it anyway. Because I happen to know, and you read that from another submariner, about what happens to anything, for lack of a better term, organic, or I think the term was fatty, that's involved in an implosion. There's nothing left. Then there's another one on the news that you guys were playing. There was a sub captain. Now, does that mean he was the commander of the sub? Like this submarine, United States Navy submarine? Or was his rank captain? Don't know. They didn't really say. And he was saying that it could be the ocean floor flooded. And I'm like, how did you get your fish? If you know it go for, what would it go, an hour and 45, hour and a half before they, quote, lost communications, you know it imploded. You know there is not, it didn't flood and they drowned. How did you call for subs, Captain, if you don't know this? So, everybody said I don't really trust what I hear on the news. This is why.
Right.
Because a U.S. Navy captain doesn't know that subs can implode. I'm sorry, a sub-captain? Now, again, is he a commander or is he rank of captain? And did the news say sub-captain, even though he maybe ran a surface ship as a rank of captain and his job was in the cruise mess or something? I don't know. Just because it says U.S. Navy and his rank of captain doesn't mean he knows jack crap about submarines. But listen to what he came out of his mouth. I don't think the man knows how to spell submarine, let alone understand how one functions. So I'm amazed at the amount of ignorance that just goes on that passes for facts and opinions with people that don't understand a thing about it. And people that don't want government to regulate their industry and scream and holler the government needs to regulate this, that, and everything else. But leave yours alone. No different than my dad. There ought to be a law. One more thing, Steve. Let's get to trucking. Everybody started talking the other day about getting paid per hour versus per mile and
right.
how to make money out here. Steve, when you're a trucking company and you haul a load and you bill for it, do you bill per hour or do you bill per load? I know people that run dump trucks, they go back and forth, that's hourly. But anything I've ever done was the load never paid per hour. So how are you going to pay your driver per hour? If your load, let's say the load pays $4,000. That driver goes down the road at 50 miles an hour just to make sure he gets his money out of that. Now, what happens to that company if you start putting performance standards on that man for driving too slow? What's the company get accused of now? See how this works? Not going to happen. Not the way they're talking. It can't happen. Finally, somebody with an ounce of understanding of business in trucking. Horse feathers. He called it. And you know what his answer was? Percentage. The driver gets percentage of the load. If you take 10 years, you got one load hauled, and you get the point. It's not necessarily time-based, but it's still somewhat based on performance-based. It also gives the trucking company reason to want to take the better paid freight to make more money for them, and it keeps the driver happy because it pays more money to the driver as well. If the load price goes up, the driver's pay went up. If the load goes down in price, then the driver's pay goes down in price. Percentage is truly the best way to pay drivers. I'm an owner-operator, but I'm leased on a motor carrier. I will never, ever, ever call for mileage pay again. Because when I worked for the camp out of Allenton, Wisconsin, I guarantee you Johnny Boy was getting $8, $9 a mile on an LTL crap while he was trying to hand me $1.05 a mile. And I had the lion's share of the expense because I had the tractor, he had the trailer. Company I'm running with now, it's been running for almost 20 years. I'm paid percentage. They do better, I do better. They do crappy, I do crappy. That way, rising tides rise all ships. Right? Lowering tides lowers all ships. And everybody's happy that way. The other thing is, you have to open up the books. I have to be able to know what the load pays. You have to be able to prove it to me. That's truly the best way to ride. And only one person in 2 days of talking about driver pay talked about it, and that was Horse Feathers. I think I should have energized a Monday up for you, Steve. If not, I'll call back later and stir the crap pot again. But I ain't licking those spoons later.
Hey, have a good morning. Yes, thank you for checking in here. Cue ball out. And we will return into lines available at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and Find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to your calls ahead here. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. Under the industry headlines, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives investigating the death of a truck driver at an ammunition plant, Madison County, Illinois, late last Thursday, at the Olin Winchester Ammunition Facility in East Alton, Illinois. Authorities said 60-year-old Oscar Betterf was driving a semi-truck loaded with shotgun shell primers when the primers exploded. He was pronounced dead at the scene about 5:30 in the afternoon. Of course, major investigation underway. Winchester released a statement simply saying, "We are deeply saddened that a Winchester employee was fatally injured this afternoon in an incident involving a company vehicle. Our thoughts and prayers are with the employee's family and co-workers." We're not releasing the employee's name, which subsequently it was. "This is a tragedy. We will conduct a full investigation to determine what happened. The safety of our employees and community and our environment is always our top priority." But yeah, so primers. I'm not really very familiar with how volatile they would be. All right, so let me see here. What else in the mix? Hey, some of our other friends checking in here. Who do we have? Yes, we did say hi to Miss Millie earlier, right? Santa Claus is on board. What's happening here on a Monday? Top of the morning, Steve. 60 degrees here in Sacramento. The Mrs. Claus and I are considering doing one more lap around the USA in our Miata later this week. Different roads this time. I'm thinking we'll end up on the East Coast this time around. Well, you guys, it's just been a traveling several months now, right? All right, one more time out on the road, huh? Roadmaster, good morning, Roadmaster, Chillicothe, Ohio. Hello to our best friends in the world. I listen to the show, and it helps with going to sleep at night. Drivers, be safe out there. I'm going to try to get some rest. Yeah, Roadmaster going through the treatments, the cancer treatments. Hope all's going well. Good morning from the Dipsy Driver. Hello to the best informed audience. I had a few storms roll through here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. The severe weather went mostly southeast of us. Hope everybody has a great week and be safe out there. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Some of our friends just chatting there. Hello to Kim. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Good morning, all the listeners out there. And it is 844-844-3388. You recall late last week we had shared this story about the truck driver that had gone off the bridge, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel in Virginia Beach, Virginia, Thursday afternoon. And on a report Friday morning, we knew that there was actually another individual that actually jumped into the waters hoping to help rescue the driver. Didn't get official word. I guess the rest of the story is no, he was not successful in rescuing the driver. Driver was presumed to still be in the truck when they pulled it out of the waters over the weekend. We do believe the individual is in the tractor trailer, said authorities with the Coast Guard. All right, they've subsequently, again, pulled the truck out of the water. I think they pulled that up on Saturday. And they confirmed there was only one individual in the truck when it went over the bridge. Yeah, like I said, there was initially reports that someone dove into the water trying to save the truck driver. Now, the CBBT officials actually disputed that report, like nobody jumped in. Okay, whatever the case. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here as we roll into the early hours of a Monday. You ever been able to successfully solve a Rubik's Cube? I remember all those years ago when they first came out, I would spend hours just trying to get a couple of sides matched up, the orange and the green. I don't know if I ever actually got three of them success. There is a combination. But you had a 21-year-old from California that is now in the Guinness Book of World Records for solving a Rubik's Cube in 3.13 seconds. How is that even possible? Now, the previous record was 3.47 seconds that was set 4 years ago by a Chinese individual. Yeah, they posted a video of this feat on the Instagram account, which has garnered over 31,000 likes and over 1 million views. This particular individual has competed and won in over 400 events. He was actually featured in a Netflix documentary called The Speed Cubers. Zip, 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 and they're done. Just like that. All right, we get a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Former Vice President Mike Pence says it's disrespectful to the judicial system to already assume guilt when discussing former President Trump and his federal indictment.
The charges in the indictment are serious, and I can't defend what is alleged, but the president's entitled to his day in court.
Speaking on Fox News Sunday, Pence declined to say whether he would pardon Trump if convicted. Fellow Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie says it's absurd for Trump to claim he got indicted for America.
The same way he has absurdly claimed in the last week that he still won the 2020 election. And he said that's how he's going to persuade suburban female voters to vote for him in 2024 that didn't vote for him in 2020.
Christie on ABC's This Week. He also spoke over the weekend at the Faith and Freedom Coalition event and was booed when he criticized Trump. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the short-lived rebellion by a private military group shows real cracks within Russia over its war in Ukraine. Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Blinken said the Kremlin went from expecting an easy takeover in Ukraine to now having to defend Moscow against the Wagner Group. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching a formal investigation into the deadly implosion of the Titan submersible that killed all 5 on board. The investigation was announced on Sunday during a news conference in Boston. The MBI investigation that's being conducted is the highest level investigation by the U.S. Coast Guard. Cleanup efforts are underway after a train carrying hazardous materials plunged into a Montana river. Saturday's derailment near Billings caused several hazmat cars to topple into the Yellowstone River. It's unclear if any of the materials leaked into the water. Pope Francis offered prayers on Sunday for the family of a Vatican schoolgirl who's been missing for 40 years. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Regulators are approving the first lab-grown meat in the USA to be sold at restaurants and eventually supermarkets.
The Agriculture Department okayed California companies Upside Foods and Good Meat to sell chicken made from animal cells instead of slaughtered birds. The FDA approved lab-grown meat from both companies as safe for human consumption months ago. Companies have been trying to launch the new way of meat production in hopes to reduce animal harm and environmental effects of selling meat. I'm Ryan Daniels.
A familiar face is atop the box office. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returns as the weekend's top film with just over $19 million from theaters across the U.S. and Canada. In second place is Pixar's Elemental with nearly $18.5 million. Looking for a new home? A list of the best metro areas will help you decide.
Topping the list, Green Bay, Wisconsin, called the perfect mix of big city amenities and a Midwest small-town feel. Number 2, Huntsville, Alabama, home of a huge NASA research facility. Science and education are at the center of the third-ranked spot, the triangle of Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Boulder, Colorado, and Sarasota, Florida round out the top 5. The list from U.S. News & World Report factors all kinds of data, including from the Census Bureau, the FBI, and the Labor Department. Top factors: desirability, a strong job market, and high quality of life. I'm Richard Johnson.
I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back as we roll on. Make our way into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. We closed things out here. Get that final week of June started. Haven't seen the official numbers yet from AAA. I do know they're expecting a very busy travel weekend next weekend. People around the country will be hitting the roads to celebrate Independence Day weekend. Of course, 4th of July on a Tuesday this year, as we mentioned earlier. In the meantime, it's 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls here. Well, what do you say, Pappy? How's that vacation starting?
It's going good so far. What's going on?
Not much. So you actually got you got some hail this past evening? I don't know that we barely got a sprinkle.
Yes, sir. Standing there, and it started to rain, and next thing you know, I guess he's like almost marble size hail.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh boy. Luckily, it didn't last long, and they weren't that big, man. But yeah, man, we got some hail. That's for sure.
I mean, those folks in Indiana got some baseball size hail.
Yeah, man. If thank God we didn't get that, man. I would go out and check the cars out,
Mm-hmm.
Make sure the windshields are intact. Man, I remember, one time, Steve, I'm going back a few years. I got a brand new cruiser. They're still working on my new one now, but new cruiser, we got a hailstorm. And I remember after that, I went out there and I'm looking, I didn't see any damage on it, And it was probably about a month went by, and I had to pull it in the garage, put some air in the tire. And they got these big fluorescent lights in the garage, man, So when I pulled that thing in the garage, man, the fluorescent lights hit. I was like, uh-oh, ruh-roh. I had all these dings in the hood. I was like, damn it. I guess they just weren't noticeable because, Steve, back at that time, it's dark when I'm leaving to go to work.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And it's dark when I'm getting home from work. Just never noticed it. Even in the daylight, you had to get it under the fluorescent lights to see it. So, hey, primers, man. That's what caused me to call here.
Yeah.
Highly sensitive, shock sensitive. Man, what could have caused that truck? Did they say it just blew up? Is that what they said?
That's
Transport them or what?
Yeah, I mean, photos. I mean, it looks like essentially a bomb went off in the truck.
Man, I don't know. I mean, that's around the 1900s when they first started going with cartridges, they used to use mercury fulminate for them primers, and that's highly sensitive stuff. I think I told you about that time that dude dumped 2 Jap frag grenades in my lap. And they used to use them for the initiators. I think nowadays, man, I'm wanting to say they use lead styphenate, I think. A little bit more modern stuff. But yeah, man, I mean, that's when that primer or when the firing pin hits that primer. It ignites that substance in the primer, which ignites the gunpowder. So it has to be shock sensitive, right, for that firing pin when it hits the primer to set that stuff off. So, man, look what it just caused that to blow. I mean, they when they transport these things, Steve, they know what they're doing. So things that could cause it to go, obviously a fire, right? A spark. even static electricity. Excessive heat could possibly do it. I can't see in the back of the truck, the temperature getting that damn hot. If a case was to fall, but then again, man, when they package these things, I just don't, I don't know. I mean, if you took a handful of primers and got up on your roof and threw them up in the air and they hit the street, there's something to go off, man. And obviously, if one went off, or if a small little box of them went off, they had a synthetic detonation there, caused the rest of them to go off, and that whole truck probably just, I don't know. I guess hopefully they'll be able to determine what the heck happened there, man. Wow. Hey, I don't know if Q-Ball was talking about the same captain from the Navy. We got a Navy that's going woke, Steve, unfortunately. But hey, this guy was saying that apparently they had one of the last communications they had with the sub is they said they were descending too fast. And they were going to try to release some sandbags to slower their descent.
Mm-hmm.
And boom, everything just went dead. Now, he was saying that he didn't say anything about it filling up full of water. But he was saying if that thing was descending too fast and they couldn't break them sandbags, that thing might have slammed into the bottom of the ocean floor. And when it did that, that's what caused it to implode.
Right.
Unfortunately, we're probably never going to know the answer. What about Russia this weekend, though, man?
Yeah. Hang on that. People keep asking, like in these press conferences, are they going to try to recover the remains?
Yeah, come on.
And the medical
Why would you ask us?
The medical experts say there is nothing left. I mean, they won't find any human remains, no human tissue whatsoever.
Steve, it's embarrassing for people, to ask stupid questions like that, man. I mean, I remember when I was in school and some training classes, the instructors or the teachers, there's never a stupid question, just ask him. Well, come on, man. Some of these reporters we got, I mean, geez. But, what about Russia this weekend?
Yeah, that's...
I had a feeling, Steve, nothing was going to come of it. The way this guy was talking at first, that, hey, this isn't a coup. We're just trying to send a message to Putin. I didn't think nothing would come of it, honestly, Steve. I mean, unless the whole military turned against us. See, over in Russia, they don't mess around, brother. I'm telling you right now. They don't screw around.
And the fact that they're allowing this guy to exit the country, go to Belarus, I mean, I do have a sneaky suspicion he'll die of food poisoning or something here in short order.
Well, I think he knew once he started his march to Moscow. I don't think he had any intention, Steve, honestly, to even try to make it to Moscow. I think once he got close, he realized, oh, man, I might have just dug my own grave here. We better take what they're offering if I want to try to get out of here with my skin and call it a day. Usually when Russia tries to negotiate with terrorists, they'll like negotiate one time, kind of tell them, hey, this is the deal. And if they don't take that deal, then all hell breaks loose. They don't mess around. They take no prisoners. And I got a feeling that's what would have happened to this group of soldiers. They probably knew it. You know, that's why they decided out. And if it's worth dying over. I think what pissed them off was they were saying that they got when they were in Ukraine. Now, these were some frontline Ukrainian hardcore soldiers, right? And they were saying that supposedly some Russian missiles hit some of their defenses and killed, you know, some of their soldiers there. A boo-boo by some of the generals, and that's what his big gripe was. He wanted these generals to step down. I don't know if it was so much going after Putin, trying to overthrow Putin. He was pissed off at these generals, man. He wanted them to step down, but anyway, it is what it is. It didn't go. What that holds for our future. Does this just prolong the Ukrainian war even longer now, or what? I don't know. Time will tell. But other than that, man, I got the material. Tear this fence down in the back. It's just, I'm tired of patching it, Steve. The problem is the posts are just rotted out. You know, so there's really nothing kind of holding it up, and it's just falling apart. It's like 30 years old, so it's time to replace it. So my old butt's going to be out there digging some holes and screwing some wood together. At least the weather's going to be decent, looks like, next day or two, right?
That's going to be cooler, yeah.
Yeah. Debating on making a trip to the fireworks store too. What are you doing, man?
I'm thinking I ain't got the jack to do that. We're having to start, you know, paying on a cruise and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, Steve. I was thinking the same thing. Her aunt.
I said I may run out and get one of those, you know, the 24 pack of the Black Widow mortars. Those are good, you know. But that runs last year they were about $180 just for a 24 pack. It's probably $210 this year.
I would get them Excaliburs, and what the hell were they, Steve? $75. I think I got you one a couple years ago.
You did. Excaliburs. I think that was a 12 pack though, wasn't it?
Well, I think it was a 25 pack. I think 24 pack. Going back a few years, they were Steve. That's $3 a pop, dude.
I know.
You know, it ain't cheap, man. It ain't cheap. Hey, man, see if some of your callers just watching some cable here. I was watching Reds too, man. It was a heck of a game Friday night, man.
Yes,
that's the first Reds game I watched all year, Steve. And I think I turned it on about the fifth inning. It was a heck of a game, man. I enjoyed it. But I've been noticing a lot of Bud Light commercials. I don't know if you noticed that or any of your other callers noticed that, but it seems like Bud Light, Budweiser's starting to slam commercials on cable. Trying to bring back their
trying to make a comeback.
And their commercials were geared towards whom? Real Americans in this country that built this country, right?
Yeah.
Girls with cowboy boots on. I thought that was
I don't know. It may be too little, too late. The damage has been done.
Yeah, it should be. Make them pay. Make the L.A. Dodgers pay, too, for what they did. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Oh yeah, you know, I shared the video last week. Did you see when they were recognizing those, whatever the hell the name of that group is, there weren't a couple hundred people in the stands. Now I know it was maybe 30, 45 minutes before the actual game started, but nobody went into that stadium, hardly at all, to witness that empty.
But for the LA Dodgers to invite this anti-Christian organization, Steve, that is known for mocking the cross. I don't even want to talk about the video I seen on what they've done. Had a guy on a cross and somebody else shaking their stuff and climbing all over the guy on the cross, Steve. It was disgusting. For them to invite them people in there and recognize them, are you kidding me? They should pay the price of what Bud Light paid, if not worse, in my opinion. They want to do that stuff, they can do it on their own time, on their own dime, not be invited into a sports arena where people pay to come in and watch sports and nothing else, right? If I go to a baseball game, I don't want nothing to do with politics. I don't want nobody kneeling down. I come there to watch baseball. Nothing else. All right. I'm done, Jeff.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking in. Have fun out there digging fence post holes. Let me see here. Hey, I see Dave, a.k.a. No Handle Dave. Yeah, posted on our cruise page over the weekend. Yeah, he said, so excited. We've got our deposit made. We are officially booked. This will be our first cruise. So we'll have a lot to learn, and I'm sure we'll have lots of questions, too. Our daughter and her husband are going to be joining us as well. I've been listening for about 17 years, but I've only ever called one time. But I email often, which I can vouch for that. Yes, No Handle Dave does email on a regular basis. Yeah, I've listened over the years, though, to all the stories about the cruises. Sounds like it's always a blast. So we're really looking forward to getting the chance to meet everybody and experience something new. All right, No Handle Dave going to be joining us. And it's 844-844-3388. Let's see what's going on with 5-7. Hey there.
Well, hey, I thought we had a great Thursday and Friday last week. I mean, I had tried to call in several times, got busy. That means the lines were full. And people, were giving their opinion. And some said we shouldn't have gone to the grave sites. And then I said, well, they definitely need a regulation. Like I said, what that guy was going down there was in a regulation of a 1960 Chevy Impala NASCAR. Them boys were just sitting there in the seat about up to their shoulder blades and a helmet and goggles. And that's about it. They were flying down the road, down the track. And, there just wasn't what they have in them now. So, regulations are necessary. They have, made it safe for the driver. And I think you and some others brought up it also made it safe for them in the crowd. The regulations on the tracks and different things, safety features. Well, in the old days, I remember in the early 80s, I was talking to an old, I was complaining about, regulations and time and all this stuff. I had an old driver tell me, said, son, don't be hard on them. He said, you see what there's out there right now, and you can imagine what they would be if they weren't out there checking you. And he said he remembered the day come out of Cumberland on 48 in 2-lane at the time, coming out of Cumberland, Maryland towards Baltimore. And a truck come flying past him. The load had shifted the whole thing. And the only thing holding that load on there, on the fifth wheel, somebody had took a chain and chain bolted it under the frame and chained it and bolted onto the frame. He said they didn't make it down the next curve. So he said, yeah, they have regulations for a reason. And, well, just this last inspection they had, you've been telling everybody it's a-coming. Look how many they make it. So regulations are not all bad. It's just when they get real personal about when you can wake and when you can sleep, when they, that's getting a little bit too, right up front, because it totally overrides the human factor and an ability of a man to rest. Some men may do it at 4, others need 8. So we'll leave that. And I would like to make mention about the Navy. Now, I tried to read into what that Navy captain said. I'm thinking, well, maybe it didn't get down to crush level, and somehow the hull was something happened to the hull and it filled up with water. Now, if it had filled up with water and dove down, it would have been full of water and it wouldn't have crushed. If it was full, equalized pressure. So I looked into it like that, the way he was talking. But I assure you, a Navy captain, all right, submarine captain, listen, on the destroyer, and I know submarine command, are all lieutenant commanders. They got 2 big stripes and 1 little one in the middle. And at best, there'll be a commander. That's 3 stripes, 3 big stripes. So they've got so many captains out there, submarine captains. Your title is captain on that boat, even though you're a lieutenant commander. So by the time, if that guy stayed in the Navy, that meant that he most likely had to have commanded a boat. They call our submarines boats. He had to command a boat, and he worked his way on up through commander to captain, which is...
Okay. And right there, we got a news break, as we say on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A new poll shows former President Trump is expanding his lead over the rest of the Republican presidential field despite his federal indictment. The NBC News survey finds only single-digit support for former Vice President Mike Pence, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Some damage is being reported in Indiana after a suspected tornado hit the central part of the state. Tornado warnings were in effect in multiple counties on Sunday. It turns out U.S. intelligence agencies briefed the White House and Congress last week of an expected arms rebellion in Russia. The spy agencies had picked up strong signals in mid-June that Wagner Group mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin was planning a revolt against Russia's defense ministry. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returns to the front of the box office pack with $19 million. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. Get back and finish up with 5-7. We were talking about, you made his way up to captain.
Yeah, by the time you've got 4 bars, you beat out a whole bunch of people. Even those that were, lieutenant commanders, 3 stripes, 2.5 stripes, officers commanded the boats, submarines. So there's only so many billets to move up to captain. So, and the only way he made it to captain is he had no incidents. There was nothing on his record that would keep him from making that raid. So I just, just because he was a captain, they don't put somebody in that rank ahead of the submarine because he's giving commands to submarine captains. So so I just wanted to settle that one, the idea.
Mm-hmm.
The wokeness. Yeah, I'm right there with you, and I've been there, jumped on the people from Annapolis that post stuff on Facebook, especially back when they were doing the BLM and pushing BLM in our nation and trying to. There's no way they knew what that was all about. Now, the only thing I wanted to add up to is, and wasn't mentioned so far, with this thing with Russia. It's interesting that Putin's private jet lights up, takes off, and drops off the transponder.
Yep.
So, what if you're a Russian soldier and you find out your commander-in-chief bugged out because he's afraid, running for his life? So, Yeah, it's this. I sat there this weekend drinking coffee and saying, thing is, what if this guy coming up there takes over the country? Maybe he'd be more willing to push the button, if you know what I mean. So, everybody's scratching their head. And just have to see how it plays out. But I think Lewinsky said it right. He said it looks like nobody's in control in Russia right now, and you got to feel for them guys. Hey, they're human beings. They're young men, old men. They got families. They got wives, and they're in a hell of a, pardon my language, position to be sitting in another person's country and facing this confusion in the head. And that's about all I want to say. Other than that, hey, 99.9% of whoever made that comment, I love it. I mean, I love his calls, man. But I love all the calls from the other drivers, too. You know why? Because Steve Summers' overnight drive keeps me awake and keeps me informed. And I enjoy every one of y'all out there. All right, this be the 5-7. We'll be down copying the mail and having a good night drive in this rain down here.
All right, playing in rain. I did see the reports where supposedly, with the threat of the Wagner Group coming to get Putin, he boarded. They call it the Doomsday plane. I guess kind of reminiscent of back on September 11 of 2001. Recall when George W. was put on Air Force One, and nobody knows, where'd he go? Yes, a lot of speculation. There was speculation. Where did Putin go? So I think some were trying to say St. Petersburg or something, but I believe that was the case. But boarded the Doomsday plane, which has all the controls where he could control his military, and he would have access to the nuclear codes and all that on the Doomsday plane, like he bugged out. And after taking off, they turned off the transponder. So couldn't be tracked. Saw that report. I'm thinking of some pretty darn scary moments for Putin over the weekend. Meanwhile, let's see, you got the Carolina Monkey Gouger coming up here. We'll get to Carl. Philip will be checking in on a Monday, see how his weekend was. There are still some good kids out there, we haven't lost all the young generation. An 11-year-old from Little Rock, Arkansas, won a new lawnmower, a new weed eater, and a leaf blower after completing what they call the 50-yard challenge. Jaden Nelson started the challenge August of last year. Said it was difficult at first. No words can explain how happy I was. I was grateful because I finished the 50 yards because I thought it would take me more than a year to complete. And I'm happy I got all this new stuff. Raising Men and Women Lawn Care Service posed the challenge to young participants to mow 50 lawns belonging to those most in need, free of charge. Mowers are encouraged to seek out the elderly, single moms, the disabled, and veterans. To date, over 25,000 lawns have been mowed for free by more than 4,500 youngsters. Children and teens from as far away as Australia, Japan, Germany, South Africa, and England have completed the challenge. Rodney Smith Jr. started this nonprofit in Alabama. The message is, if you work hard in life, like anything in life, things will be challenging and things will get difficult, but just stick to it if you commit to it. Nelson said there were times he wanted to quit, but his grandmother was his biggest supporter. She even taught him to mow and signed him up for the challenge in the first place. She said, I'm proud that I got this far. He said, I'm proud I got this far. It's still because of my grandpa. I wouldn't be here right now. So there you go, the price. You get something for doing the right thing, I guess, doing a good thing for people. Meanwhile, the Carolina Monkey Gouger back with us after the big trip to Reno. What's happening?
Well, hello there, Steve.
Have we completed our trip to Reno, or are we still there?
No, we got back Saturday morning. We had quite an eventful trip. I mean, it was a whirlwind trip, no doubt. I mean, I spent 5 days with the most red, white, and blue Americans there was in the rodeo crowd. It was just awesome, Steve. I mean, we didn't see nobody get out of hand. Everybody was well behaved at the rodeo. Had a hell of a rodeo. It was a good ride and got to see all the top names ride. It was just a good week, Steve. A real good week. A very good week. And you know, Steve, what got me out of all these rodeos that we attended every night, you know, I never seen the first Budweiser, Bud Light, or anything at that venue.
Really?
Everything was yellow jacket Coors. Coors have really bent over backwards to support rodeo. And, I mean, when we was in the casinos, you didn't see nobody walking around no Bud Light or Budweiser or anything. It was a Coors or a Modelo, which is part of InBev, but they wasn't drinking them blue cans, that's for sure. And I got to talking to one of the bartenders there in one of the bars. I said, how your Bud Light sales going? He said, you want to get me killed? He said, you have all these damn people wearing spurs and cowboy hats, and you bring up Bud Light? Are you crazy? He said, just treat me. You leaned over my weird. He said, ain't going too well. Matter of fact, we just sent a pallet back that expired in the cooler. So this thing is more outreaching than people realize that it is. I mean, we went into the edge of California and went up to Lake Tahoe. And, you know, we went up to Truckee, California. Debbie had never been in the mountains. My sister-in-law never been in the mountains of California. That other lady was with us. That was Debbie's secretary for 20 years. She'd never been in the mountains of California. None of them never been to Lake Tahoe. And we went up there and was coming down, and we put in this little venue down there called Camp Richardson, and little swanky place in there, a hamburger about $25, French fries and all that. And sitting there, I didn't see the first Bud Light, Budweiser, anything sitting on any table in there. And Debbie kind of pointed out and said, there ain't much people drinking Bud Light is. I said, no. I said, this thing is more widespread than what it is. It's really, really just taking the nation. We showed Budweiser we've had enough of this woke crap, along with these other people that's going broke. But Steve, I tell you, it was what I love to go to the rodeo for to see the big names ride. But they have what they call mutton busting, and they had the mutton busters out there, the little up and coming rodeo stars, coming up riding them sheep. And who can ride the longest wins the pair of boots and all that kind of stuff they got going on. It was pretty funny to watch that. But we had a real good time, and I know you want to ask me how Debbie do at the casino.
Yes, how'd she do?
Well, now let me tell you something, boy. I got my butt waxed out there. If they had to been for Debbie for the first 4 nights we was out there, I paid the light bill, and she told me, said, you're costing me money. So, well, it was Friday night, we went over to the rodeo and getting ready to leave, and everybody, well, let's go hit the casino one last time. Okay. So we go over there, and I'm feeding the machine more than it's worth. I told them I'm done for the night. And Debbie said, look, I've been watching this woman right there on that machine right there. Said she's been there for 3 hours. That thing ain't done nothing. All she's done is feed it. Well, she got up and left, and I went over there and I put $3 in it. Let's just say that I hit it big time. It was one of the biggest jackpots I ever won in my life. At one time, sitting there, paid for the trip, paid for the ticket, paid for everything out there, and still come home way ahead of the game, buddy. It was a pretty huge jackpot.
Oh boy, how about that?
Yeah, I was boy, I was jumping around in there, and everybody was going ding a ding 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 ding, and everybody was jumping up and down, people running over there and everything, And there's one lady there that was come over there to certify, they had to check the script on the machine to make sure I didn't play with for the gym and anything. She said, I've never seen this machine pay off like this. Never. In the 5 years I've been here. Said, you must have got a rabbit foot in your. I said, as much as I put in it this week, I ought to get some back. So that really made a good trip. But Steve, we run into a lot of people, met a lot of great people out there, and over the years of this radio show that me and you've been together, there's a lot of people that listen to this show that don't call in.
Oh yeah,
never called in. We've got thousands of fans out there and listeners that don't never call in. And we was at the first night we went to the rodeo. We got over there kind of late, and I didn't know where I was going. I know we were going to the rodeo, and the GPS they had locked in was showing us the way. We got over there. You couldn't find a parking place nowhere. That rodeo sold out every night that we was there. So we cut in this corner, and there was this parking place there said $20. And I told Debbie, I said, we better grab that right there. So we might have to walk a little bit, but hey. But we didn't have to walk that far. When we found out where we was at, we were just right across where we needed to be at. Pulled up there, and this guy come out there, and he's talking to me, and he kept just kind of staring at me there for a minute, and he said, "Go ahead and park." He said, "It'd be $20, and come back over here." Well, him and his son run this parking place there. Got over there, and he said, "I think that I know you." And I says, "You know me?" He said, "You drive a truck, right?" I said, "Yeah, I've been driving about starting my 48th year."
Yeah.
And he says, you call the Steve Summers show all the time. You're the monkey gouger." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "I got your book."
Really?
So anyway, he called his son over there, and we got to talking, and we parked there the whole week. Didn't have to pay no more money. They kept a place for us. So I thought that was just crazy. I mean, just go 2,200 miles from home and run into somebody that listened to you. And he said, "Well, whatever happened to the show?" And I said, "Well, the show goes on every night. It's on podcast." And I showed him how to get it. And he said, "Well, we both drive truck. We just run interstate. Nevada's so big, they just run, say like the Reno into Sacramento and back, stuff like that." And he said he was going to start listening. I said, "Well, you be sure and call in." I said, "You and your boy both, y'all call in." So we were coming back, and my sister-in-law and Debbie's secretary were scratching their heads, and they said, "Well, bet you don't run into nobody else, you know." And Debbie said, "I wouldn't make that bet with him." and so we were sitting there in Salt Lake City. We had a layover in Salt Lake City, and this guy come up to me, and he was talking to me, and he said, "You wouldn't happen by any chance to be the Carolina monkey gouger, would you?" I said, "Yes, sir, that's me." He said, "Man, I've listened to you and Steve and that gang for years. Years I've listened to y'all. And I said, okay, and we got to talking there. And he was another one that didn't know where the show went.
Yeah.
And so I give him all the information. He goes by One-Eyed Jack. He lives right there in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And so that was kind of crazy. I mean, it was wild, just to be that far from home and run into somebody that knew you because of this radio show. I mean, it's just crazy. And we now going out to Reno, it was a rough flight. The plane was 2 hours late getting in. And then we left Charlotte in a thunderstorm. We had thunderstorms all the way to, well, I would say Denver, where he branched off to go up to Salt Lake City for us to change planes. Landed in Salt Lake City, they got a big rainstorm coming through, and everything had us in a holding pattern for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, "Boys, we got a hole, and we go into it." So we landed there, and I told the secretary, y'all run down there. There ain't no way I can run down there. Y'all run down there and stop that plane. Tell them we. So they helped the plane for us to get on it.
Wow.
And got to Reno in a rainstorm. And now coming back, it was smooth sailing pretty much all the way. We didn't have very much turbulence, anything. But what was so ironic, the same crew we had flew in with Sunday night, that same crew was going back to Charlotte. So we flew with them, and one of the stewardess that we had made friends with, but she kept us happy the whole way. But I tell you what, Steve, it was a well-deserved vacation. But I got to tell you this little story. We rented a Chevrolet Traverse from the rental car company out there when we got out there. And we had to go back over there Monday to the airport and pick it up. And got over there and got up there to get the car, and the lady said, "Well, I got some bad news." Well, what's the bad news? Well, your car that you had reserved, if people didn't make it back, and it'll be the night before you can get your car. And I said, "Oh, crap." So, but said, on kicks that gets about 40 miles to the gallon. I said, it ain't one of them damn electric vehicles, is it? Oh, no. This is what they call college. And I said, well, let's look at it and make sure we can all get in this thing. So me and Debbie went over there and we looked in it. And I said, well, it got space in it. And I went back to her. I said, we'll take it. She said, well, we'll knock off some for it, because you are taking a smaller car and all this good stuff, right? Well, I'm going to tell you something. That thing ain't had enough power to pull a setting hen off a wet nest. That was the most underpowered piece of crap I ever drove in my life. And now we're going up in the mountains, right, in this thing. And I looked at Debbie. I said, well, we got a problem. I said, what? I said, I got this thing on the floor, and I don't think the equipment's going to make it to the top of the hill. I mean, that thing had slowed down. We were running like 75. And by the time we hit that hill, that top of that hill, we might have been running 45. And I told him, I said, we might make it home. I don't know if we is or not. But I'm going to tell you something, Steve. I wouldn't own one of them piece of Japa crappers. That thing sounds like a pea thrasher, but going up them mountains and stuff. Now coming down, woo boy, we come down in a hurry. But I mean that little, I don't know, 3-cylinder engine, whatever it had in it, that thing wasn't strong enough. It didn't have but like 11,000 miles on it. Well, I turned it in, and she said, well, how would you rate your driving experience in this kicks? David said, if I could open my mouth, I said, you don't want to ask him that, and leave it right where it's at.
My brother-in-law used to say it couldn't pull a greasy string out of a cat's butt.
That's it, buddy. That's it. You got it, man. But when we started up that first big hill out of Nevada going into California, I looked at Debbie. I said, "This equipment ain't gonna make it to the top." She said, "Don't tell me that." I said, "We make it to the top. We're gonna be lucky." But that was something else that was real funny to happen. She said, "I'm gonna call Steve telling you driving around a Joppa crapper." I said, "I'll tell him. I'll tell him what a piece of crap that thing was."
That's great.
But did you get to watch any of the race tonight?
No, I got to see some of the Saturday race, but not yesterday.
You missed a good race because Chevrolet put a commanding ass whooping on them Joppa crappers. Ross Chastain, the Watermelon Man, he run Denny Hamlin down, run them all down and went to the lead and held it and won. So got out there and smashed the Watermelon as he always does, and it was funny. I said, "Woo, yeah, boy, this was a hell of a week. Had a good rodeo. Now Chevrolet done won another one." I said, "Boy, this has been a good week." So, but let me ask you something, Steve. Did you see any of those pictures where that tornado went through the town of Matador, Texas?
I did see some of those photos, yes, last week. But we got to pause there because we hit the top of the hour news break, and we'll return after this.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the short-lived rebellion by a private military group shows real cracks within Russia over its war in Ukraine.
Those cracks are already profound. Economically, militarily, its standing in the world. All of those things have been dramatically diminished by Putin's aggression against Ukraine.
Appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Blinken said the Kremlin went from expecting an easy takeover in Ukraine 16 months ago to having to defend Moscow against the Wagner Group over the weekend. Blinken says the White House always prepares for every contingency related to Russia. A former CIA director says the leader of the Wagner Group, quote, lost his nerve after calling off the uprising.
He was within roughly 2 hours' drive of the outskirts of Moscow, where they were starting to prepare defensive positions.
Retired Army General David Petraeus speaking on CNN's State of the Union. A new poll shows former President Trump is expanding his lead over the rest of the Republican presidential field despite his federal indictment. According to the NBC News poll, 51% of national GOP primary voters picked Trump as their top choice, followed by 22% who choose Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Participants in a New York Pride event are getting backlash for what they were chanting. Videos from Twitter captured chants of, quote, "We're here, we're queer, and we're coming for your children," from people marching in New York City's annual drag march on Friday. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, "This movement grooms minors to have mastectomies and castration and fuels a multi-billion-dollar medical child abuse industry." Cleanup efforts are underway after a train carrying hazardous materials plunged into a Montana river on Saturday. A hangar at Johnson Space Center is the setting as 4 non-astronauts begin a 1-year residency in a setting that's designed to simulate life on Mars. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
A Nebraska congressman says former President Trump should not have taken classified documents after he left the White House. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Republican Representative Don Bacon disputed Trump's claim over the weekend that he had the absolute right to take the documents home. Think you can handle your liquor? A new study says that's probably a myth.
The study from the University of Chicago finds that people with alcohol use disorder, what used to be called alcoholism, showed significantly impaired behavior a good 3 hours after having a drink. That puts a lie to the popular idea, or at least popular with heavy drinkers, that heavy drinkers can hold their liquor and still function. The study's senior author says only about 10% of people with alcohol use disorder go into treatment. And these days, they're seeing an increase in binge drinking. I'm Richard Johnson.
The Angels must love the high altitude in Denver. Saturday night at Coors Field, the Halos punished the Rockies 25-1, setting a franchise record for most runs and hits in a game. The 24-run margin of victory was also the third largest by any major league club since 1900. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is back on top of the North American box office charts. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is the weekend's top film after earning just over $19 million in theaters across the U.S. and Canada. In second place is Pixar's Elemental with nearly $18.5 million. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration wins. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Make our way into the 26th day of June. Now, there you go. Yeah, we left off there. Goucher was asking if I'd seen some of the photos out of Matador, Texas. Yes. Yeah, that's the tornado that ultimately killed 4 and injured 15 others in Texas. So Weather Service teams got out there. They said it was an EF3 tornado. Touched down about 7:51 p.m. Was on the ground for 9.4 miles as it carved a winding path of destruction through the town. Dissipated near a rest stop south of town about 20 minutes later. So EF3, that's maximum winds of 165 miles per hour. Yeah, town was pretty tore up there. You familiar with that town there, Monkey Gouger?
Oh, yes, sir. I spent many a night in that town there. It's a little old town there. It's right south of the 4 Sixes Ranch and the Matador Ranch. I'll say the population might be maybe, if I say 500, that'd be stretching it. But there's a truck stop / kind of little thing that we all stop at. That's between Lubbock and Vernon, Texas, on US 70. I know a good many people in that town. I didn't see it till we got home. But, Parrington got hammered out there last weekend, got leveled, and this one here kind of hit close home. So, don't know if I'll be going up through there this trip or not. I hadn't got my second leg of my trip yet. But, yeah, I'm real familiar with that town and that devastation. I look at all them places. There's one place, there's an Alsop with a restaurant in it. It's got the best hamburger in there you ever put in your mouth. They put cook the buns in the grease and get them all toasted and slap that old juicy burger down while you're eating. It's running down your elbow and everything. Big old onion on it. Oh, it's demolished. Won't get to eat there no more probably. But yeah, that thing kind of hit close home to me. But see, there's one other thing I've been seeing. We didn't watch none of the news and you get caught up on nothing. I just happened to see it tonight when I was trying to get everything caught up. Did they censor Adam Schiff for sure? Is that some kind of Facebook crap?
Yeah, they actually did. That they voted. Well, how did that work out? I'm trying to remember. They censured Adam Schiff. The story I didn't want to be confused with was the impeachment of Biden, which the House sent that to committee. They voted to proceed with Biden impeachment. But, we all know it's not going to go anywhere in the Senate. So,
Right. Yeah, I've seen that, and I said, I wonder if this is the damn truth, or is this one of them Facebook hoax things?
Right.
Because, they tried to get him thrown out right before we went on vacation, and they missed it because 7 of them Republicans wouldn't vote for it. And I don't know if they was out of California, where they was from, so they didn't get him thrown out of the House. But now he might well be thrown out. They censored him, and ain't nothing they're gonna do be any good now. But yeah, I'm glad to see that finally they're starting to, after all this mouth running and all these doggone inquiries they've had, and and testimony and everything. I'm glad to see they finally starting to get the people that's behind all this bull crap. Might be something to look forward to, you know. We might get to see justice done yet. But that Adam Schiff, he should be thrown out. You know, I think he's running for Senate out there in California now. So let's see where that goes. So anyway, buddy, it was good to talk to you. We're going to back out of here and let somebody else get in here and talk. And glad to be back. Glad to be back behind the wheel and doing that thing. Doing it like Pruitt used to do it.
There you go. All right. Well, glad you had a good time there in Reno, and I guess he's happy that they went back to the casino just one more time. Yeah, boy. Let's see. Is that Carl? I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it. I just wanted to make a comment about the things that the other caller there, I believe it was Cue Ball.
Yes,
he called in and he was talking about some things about percentage pay and all that. Well, I've been in this for 28 years. Okay, just to give a little lowdown about what I'm doing, and I've worked for mileage pay, low pay to begin with, and then it increased all the way up to about 70 cents, but a mile. But then I've worked for hourly pay too. I've had 5 different jobs in my 28 years, you know, which I'm not, you know, I don't have the experience that some of your callers do, you know, and all that, but I've got a little bit. I know a little bit about the industry. And this percentage pay that they're talking about, you know, that's not offered everywhere, okay? I mean, you have to live in certain locations to get paid percentage pay. I live in Corbin, Kentucky, and it's not, we've got a lot of freight hauling through Corbin, Kentucky, and it's I-75 corridor. There's a whole lot of freight going in and out there, and I have yet, in my 28 years of experience, unless you're an owner-operator, okay, which I don't know what Q-Ball is. If he's an owner-operator, then he's a different breed than I am. I'm a company driver, okay? So I don't even desire to be an owner-operator. So to talk about everybody ought to be paid percentage pay, well, if you ask me, I think that's just bogus because companies aren't going to do that, you know? I don't know of a company that does, quite frankly. I've never been around a company that pays percentage pay on their loads. And even if they did, they would be regulating those, and they would say, okay, unfairly to a driver, he gets this load here because I like him better. He gets this 80% of the load here. And then the driver he don't like, he'll hand him a 20%. You know, or 2% paid load. You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's just not going to be even, okay? It's not going to be fair. It's not going to be even. So what we're talking about here about hourly pay, that's fair. If you've got a set rate, okay, on pay, then you know what you're going to be making once a day or once a week for what you're doing. And hourly pay is going to pay you for sitting at a dock, sitting in traffic. It's going to be paying you from the time that you log in on that ELD to the time you log out. And that's fair. Well, that's fair enough.
What about to his point? I think he was trying to say that it would make people, some, not everybody, but some are going to take advantage. They're going to take it slow. They're going to, stop longer just because they know they're getting paid by the hour, and they're not going to be pushing to get the job done like they otherwise would. You think, or no?
Well, in his point of that, I don't remember hearing him say that, but if he did, that's the thing is if you know you're being paid for percentage already, then I guess you will push it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But if you're being paid by the hour, then that means you don't have to push it. Let's put it that way. Okay? You will be paid for what you deserve. to be paid. Okay, and you're going to be pushing it to get back home, yes. But you're not going to be illegal. You're not going to be running out here and trying to run over people on the highway. Okay, you're not going to be trying to run over the speed limit in construction zones and various other things the way I see other drivers doing. And it's just ridiculous to even think that everybody ought to be paid percentage pay, because it's unfair. It's totally unfair, and everybody's going to be out here trying to push to get the higher percentage to make it there at the time that this percentage is going to be highly paid. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's kind of like calling expedited freight, which means that freight has got to be there at a certain time, and if it's not, then you're not going to get paid the full amount for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just ridiculous to think that somebody ought to be under those kind of circumstances, really. I mean, it's just outrageous. Because hourly pay, once you clock in, once you get on that ELD, then your time is being paid, and you're going to be paid until you clock out, until you get off duty on that ELD for the day, end of day. And I can't understand. I mean, even percentage pay is not even offered, like in lanes like Corbin, Kentucky, where I live, and we have heavy freight going through there. I mean, it's like I don't even know who pays percentage pay around Corbin, Kentucky, and I don't know where Q-Ball lives. I don't know where Horse Feathers live, you know. But I'm not willing to move wherever they live. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. For a percentage pay freight. I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous that they would even come out on here and say something like that, because they're not taking into consideration that people may not be offered that opportunity to consider being paid percentage on a load, you know, because everybody don't offer that. It's not that popular. It's just not. Everybody don't offer percentage pay. So
yeah, I mean, the overwhelming majority is paid by the miles. The miles that you're running.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and you're either satisfied with mileage pay, or you're either satisfied with hourly pay, or you're satisfied with percentage pay. And I don't know if there's another pay method out there or not. I don't know, but mostly owner operators are paid, I think, on percentage, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And overall, owner operators have to pay for their own expenses. So, of course, they're going to be fighting for loads, you know, basically. And they're going to be kind of like actually backbiting against other drivers, too, by the way. And they're going to be saying, yeah, this other driver, he ain't worth a crap, you know, and just talking bad about drivers all the way down the interstate, you know, and just trying to play themselves up as some kind of top-notch driver when they aren't any better than anybody else, you know.
Right.
And it just doesn't make any sense to me. But hourly pay is I think overall is a better fit, except for if you want to become an owner operator and you want to work for percentage pay, then that's fine. That's your opportunity. You go right ahead and do that. But hourly pay is good for company drivers like myself. I'm home every day. I don't have any desire to be out here over the road driving, but I don't haul local either. I haul just as many miles a day as anybody else does. I'm on a route that I have to do every night, 660 miles round trip. So I'm hauling about as much as you can haul in 11 hours. of driving time.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's just about it. That's right at the limit right there. And I'm having to push it to finish my day. And overall, I get paid trip pay. It gets paid by the trip, but I would rather it be by the hour because sometimes I have to sit in traffic and at a dock every once in a while. I've got to sit. So I could be working from 12 to 14 hours a day, which is the limit, 14, you know. So I just don't get the idea that everybody needs to find a job out here with that pays percentage, because you can't. I mean, it's not that popular. Who knows? I don't know of a place, and I've been in this for 28 years. I don't know anybody around my domicile in Corbin, Kentucky that pays percentage. And if they did, I guarantee that it would be unfair, so unfair that I'd get out of it probably the first day.
Interesting. Well, I know Horse Feathers is in Pennsylvania, and I'm trying to recall.
Okay.
I think Santa Claus out there in Sacramento, I do believe that he was paid by percentage as well. I don't know. I can't remember. Was it percentage or by the hour? One of the two. Okay, well, we'll get a quick timeout. Thanks for the call, Carl. Here on a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
And we head on down to the Sunshine State. Philip, up and at 'em for a new week. Morning, Philip.
Oh, morning, bud. Yeah, I'm up and at 'em for a new week. Yep, we had a busy weekend over the weekend at the park. A lot of people there yesterday. So I heard that driver talking about pay there, and Q-Ball had mentioned that. When did Q-Ball come on about that, Steve? I know it was way before I got up this morning.
Yeah, I think he was in the first hour, I believe.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I was in it for 25 years. I did the over-the-road thing. I did the LTL thing. I did the hourly pay. I did mileage pay. When I used to be in food service, we got paid by the mile, and then we got paid for the per hundred weight because we had to pick pick the freight up. So we got paid to pick the freight up. The one thing that I always found out about the trucking industry that was kind of crazy was it was just diversified as far as the pay. It just depended on what you were in, and I never did do the percentage thing. I was like the fellow just said there, just called in, Carl. The percentage thing that I always knew about was always an owner-operator thing. It was always that's how the percentages worked, and you work with your broker and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know if it would be fair or not. I do know that the hourly, when I was hourly, especially with companies like the big companies out there, the LTL companies, if you're a line haul driver and you're hourly, they're watching you on that satellite, and they're watching that ELD. So it isn't just the government looking at that ELD. That company is looking at that ELD, and if you're not running a route on time, and I've been in this with LTL, if you're not running your city route, even the guys that are doing the P&D around town, you're not doing your route in the proper time, they're going to get on to you. And I mean, they're going to get on to you hard, because these companies, they're not just been around since yesterday. I mean, they've been around for years, and they know the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. They know when a driver's productive and when a driver's not productive.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they're watching it. I mean, you look at companies like Gilligan. He works for Averitt. I work for Averitt. When I was an LTL driver for Averitt, they watched our numbers like a hawk. They knew, how many stops per hour that truck was going to generate, how much profit it was going to generate for the day. And if that number isn't there, they're going to pull you in the office. They're going to say, hey, dude, what's going on? Why were you slow? Why were you doing this? Why were you doing that? And they thin the herd out. I mean, that's just the way it was. And same way with food service. I work for Sigma Network. I'm pretty sure a lot of guys out there have seen their stuff running around. They're owned by Cisco. I worked with them in the 90s. If I got on a route and I had 17 restaurants and I wasn't on time, and my customers started complaining about it, my butt was brought in the office like, what's going on here, dude? Why were you doing this or why were you doing that? Do you remember, it's been about a year or so ago, maybe a couple of years, you remember when Moose had a driver that sat home instead of driving out on a run? He had to let him go. Do you remember that, Steve?
I do, yes.
Okay, well, that's what's got to happen. I mean, we're out here to work. It's a sad thing we got to do, but it's a reality we got to do. Whether you're paid by the hour, you're paid by the mileage, or percentage, you got to work. Unless that thing is broke down or you're sick as a dog, it's got to keep moving, man. And that's the way it works with that. Now I'm going to get into, well, actually, you got news. You want to go now?
Yeah, that's perfect timing there. You are correct. 29 past the hour, and it's a Monday, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. A new poll shows former President Trump is expanding his lead over the rest of the Republican presidential field despite his federal indictment. The NBC News survey finds only single-digit support for former Vice President Mike Pence, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Some damage is being reported in Indiana after a suspected tornado hit the central part of the state. Tornado warnings were in effect in multiple counties on Sunday. It turns out U.S. intelligence agencies briefed the White House and Congress last week of an expected arms rebellion in Russia. The spy agencies had picked up strong signals in mid-June that Wagner Group mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin was planning a revolt against Russia's defense ministry. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse returns to the front of the box office pack with $19 million. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion With teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits, they know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, taking care of business on a back-to-work Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. Back to the old grind. All right, Philip had something else on his mind. What else do you have, brother?
Well, I just wanted to comment a little bit about that submarine thing. I know everybody's it's been drawn out the last few days and whatnot, but Steve, do you know what the highest mountain is in the world?
Everest?
You got it, 30,000 feet. The deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean is just off of Puerto Rico. It's a place called the Milwaukee Depth. And the reason they call it the Milwaukee Depth is because the USS Milwaukee measured the distance of it. And it's about 27,000 feet deep. Okay, so that sub was at 12,000 feet, right? Steve, wasn't that what they said it was? The Titanic was about 12,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is there's places on the earth that we as humans are not supposed to go, and that's one of them. And A lot of people don't understand, well, about implosion and all that stuff. Well, implosion means that instead of exploding out, it went in.
Right.
So when you look at it, you look at an explosion, it goes out. So debris goes out. That means the force is pushing it out. Well, with an implosion, the force is pushing it in. And that's what happened with those folks. And all it took was something the size of a human hair to be cracked to get that pressure started. Pressure goes for the weakness and it tears it apart. And that's what happened with that sub. Other than, now it could have been somebody might have messed with something the wrong way or did something the right way, or maybe somebody damaged it on purpose. Who knows? We don't know. I don't think they'll ever find that out, but that's the way it is. Now, I'm going to comment about Russia. Now, we all knew that Russia was really corrupt. We all known that for years. And this just goes to show how corrupt it is when you hire a hired gun, which is what Russia did. They hired these folks. Those guys were hired guns. They weren't in the military. They were hired. And they're going to revolt on you, and it's going to cause such a disruption in your military system that it could possibly shut down things. Something's wrong with the system there. So we need to look at that, right, Steve? What do you think would happen if the United States was like that, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
We'd be in a heck of a shape now, wouldn't we? So, but that's how I feel about that. But getting back to the pay thing just for a second here, and a lot of people don't understand this about business. Okay, in business, when you set up a business, you want to make as much money as you possibly can make. That is the key of business. You want to have as much profitability in your system. Now, one way you do that is to bring down your labor costs. And the way to bring down your labor costs is the way you pay people. Okay? So if your labor cost is cheaper by the mile, you're going to be paying by the mile. If your labor cost is cheaper by the hour, you're going to pay by the hour. And I got news for you. If it's cheaper by the percentage, you're going to pay by the percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So it really doesn't matter. It's kind of a moot point in some aspects. But the thing about it is, with percentage pay, it's not really, as the driver said earlier, it could be shuffled about in a wrong way to somebody that is not going to put the effort to do the job the right way. It could be taken the wrong way as well as hourly or any of the rest of it. But the thing is, you got to find a good driver when you set up a trucking system to keep it going. And somebody that's going to be working parted and let you know what's going on all the time. That's the good drivers out there, the guys that take care of their equipment, make sure they're safe with their equipment, make sure they're safe for everybody else they're around with their equipment. And that was what makes the company more profitable, because when they're like that, they're more efficient in their job. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
As always, thanks for checking in there. Philip, you do the same. Have a great day. I saw that Nikola, the electric truck maker, they had a fire. Now, several trucks burning. Was it the batteries, or was it someone intentionally started this? Nikola says they believe an early morning fire that destroyed several semis was set intentionally. The Phoenix Fire Department responding to Nikola's company headquarters, Phoenix, Arizona, about 5 a.m. on June the 23rd, Friday, right? Crews found 4 electric semi-trucks on fire. Well, worked to control the blaze to prevent it from spreading to other trucks. And Nikola issued a statement on the vehicle fire indicating they have reason to believe it was not an accident. Early this morning, behind our Phoenix headquarters, a fire occurred which affected multiple battery electric trucks. No one has been injured, but foul play is suspected, as a vehicle was seen in the area of the affected trucks just prior to the incident, and an investigation is underway. Our team applauds the Phoenix and Tempe fire departments for taking quick action and staying on top of the situation. But the Phoenix fire captain told the local Fox affiliate the electric batteries indeed are posing a problem as crews were working to knock down the vehicle fires. But these cells, batteries, cells that are packed in these batteries contain an awful lot of energy in a small amount of space. Extinguishing these, as we know, is very difficult. So basically what they were doing was just trying to cool the batteries down to prevent fire from spreading again to additional trucks. All right, so the investigation is ongoing, right? Well, what's going on with Heat Wave on a Monday?
Good morning, senor. Just a little flat. Lost a damn cap coming down the mountain to Tremonton, Utah. So we're sitting over here at the Brigham City. Going to be another 2.5 hours waiting for the people to call me and say, come on in so we can get that tire changed and go. Well, it's a good thing we get paid for sitting. So, but other than that, been busy. I guess you've seen where I found where the jackpot was in Nevada.
Yes, I saw that. Jackpot. Is that a town? Jackpot, Nevada?
Yep, right there on the Nevada-Idaho border on US 93. So they give us a load from, where the hell were we? Lost Wages going up to Boise, and that was the route they told us to take. And it's like, well, all right. So there's always something you've never seen before that's always been there. You just never had the opportunity to go and see it. So then you were talking about the 5-7 had called me asking about if I'd seen them damn bugs up there, the Jerusalem crickets, the Mormon crickets. And yeah, after I got done talking to him Saturday morning, yeah, we found them all right. That disgusting little buggers. I think I went ahead and shared a few stories from on your page, and I shared a picture of. I thought I was filming the damn stuff with all the crunching going on, but apparently I silly me, I had it on photo only. So, but yeah, it was rather disgusting. So, but yeah, that Monkey Gouger had sent those pictures of them up there in Lake Tahoe. I guess it was cold up there. We did eventually go to Reno, and we had to drop set, pick up another set on our way to Tracy, Sacramento area. And I was kind of expected to see some more, as much snow as they've had. I was kind of hoping on seeing a little bit left over, but I guess it was hot enough by the highway where there was no snow on the side of the road anymore, not even a little bit. But he still had patchy snow in the mountains, and I imagine that water was cold. I think Grump asked Gouger if he wasn't going skinny dipping in the Lake Tahoe, and he's like, oh, hell no, too cold. And my comment was, yeah, he's afraid the fish were going to grab the worm. So, so anyways, yeah, been interesting. I had a real nice talk with Vic earlier this morning, and we were just talking about the trucking and Yellow's positions, and he just can't see why they would say, we're going to go under if we don't have these agreements made. And, it's beyond me as well, but like the head of Dedicated over there in Snyder said, you're just a damned old truck driver. Well, that's probably so, but this damned old truck driver is helping making your paycheck as well. So, yeah, that's caused a lot of stir, that video that you sent that I shared. Yeah, I mean, it's saying a lot of the same things that I've been hearing at other terminals, and well, it's probably best to get off of that subject and find something else that's worthwhile.
Well, I think before we do, I think we did Friday morning touch on the fact that they're asking for additional concessions and whatnot, and I'm pretty sure it was Spaceman that forwarded me the link on that, and he how did he put it? The implosion begins.
Yeah, Well, that's pretty much it. I mean, it's just bad decisions from corporate all these years since they acquired Roadway and the other companies. And they did try to acquire ABF when they were buying up all them other companies. And I had seen that article posted on the boards in Phoenix at at the terminal over there. And of course, ABF says, "You're out of your friggin' mind." So they didn't acquire ABF. And Yellow must have been run reasonably well at one time to make an offer to buy ABF since they bought them other companies out. But I don't know. They're trying to be the biggest, but normally, just because you're the biggest don't mean you're the best. And I think they're going to have to cut something, sell off a company they had bought, or just do something to cut cost. But I know that affects a lot of people, and hell, it may even affect me. So yeah, I'm getting my application redone, and going to be sitting there at the ABF office there in Albuquerque for whenever they do start hiring. My brother-in-law works there, and my father-in-law used to work at ABF. And my father-in-law, actually, he drove for Navajo when they got acquired by ABF back in 78. So all said and done, he worked for the ABF bunch, was it 42 years? And then my brother-in-law got hired on here about a year and a half ago. And that, I probably should have gone then, but I had this sense of, I don't know. I guess that I owed Yellow something for giving me the opportunity to work for them. But, as you've seen, I'm just a big old teddy bear. I'm kind of a softy. I'll raise the claws and show my teeth when it really gets to, gets dirty. But, I just felt an obligation to Yellow. They gave me the job, and I'm going to, show them that I can help them make money. But I've got to learn to, sometimes it's better to part ways and, go someplace where they actually can manage their money and their businesses well. So, the Nashville had a race, you say, this weekend, huh?
Indeed, yes.
Okay, so who were the top three finishers, auto-wise?
What the heck was his name? The Chevrolet. Martin Truex Jr. was second. Denny Hamlin was third. I think it was Ross Chastain won the race.
Yes. And they were all in Chevrolets?
Well, Chastain was in a Chevrolet.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I wonder what the hell GM's going to run next year, since their cars are all going to go electric. I guess except for the high-priced Camaro that they're going to have, 212 units made, and then I guess the Corvette, but I don't think the Corvette would qualify for NASCAR, would it? Doesn't seem like it's a...
I doubt. I mean, they are going to run the Corvette in the GT class. Like, it's a Corvettes. We shared that in the first hour. Wheelchair Dave sent me a link to that. But that's then like the 24-hour to Daytona kind of thing.
Yeah, but I mean, how much percentage of people out there that are into racing actually pay attention to something like, GT3 XYZ type stuff? I didn't even know they had that myself. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm sure GM's going to have something in there. Or, of course, then again, they could be just like Dodge and not have anything in there. Do they say when they're going to start having NASCAR electrified and when the races are going to start for that? Or have they not really thought ahead in the future about that?
There already exists an electric car racing series, which is kind of nuts. The car is just buzzing, or silent cars on the track. But NASCAR fans are not going to go see an electric car race. I think that would go over about as well as the Bud Light campaign has gone, if you know what I mean. But I pulled up. So Ross Chastain, yeah, it was Ross that won the race in a Chevy. In the top 10, there was not a Ford. It was Chevrolet, Truex, and Denny Hamlin in Toyota. Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, William Byron, 4th, 5th, 6th, all in Chevrolet. Christopher Bell, 7th in a Toyota. Eric Jones, Kyle Busch, A.J. Allmendinger, 8th, 9th, 10th in Chevrolet.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now, I guess as the case is with any sort of criminal activity, it's all good till you get caught, right? I guess at one point they were making lots of money. A trucking Ponzi scheme. How often do you hear that sort of a scenario? A Florida man facing multiple federal charges after operating a $100 million Ponzi scheme through his over-the-road trucking company, Royal Bengal Logistics Incorporated. Sanjay Singh of Coral Springs, Florida, accused of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, and engaging in transactions in unlawful proceeds. According to the Department of Justice, federal prosecutors allege Singh, the founder and president of Royal Bengal Logistics, organized the Ponzi scheme with others who were not yet named by the DOJ. But beginning in 2020, Singh and his co-conspirators held RBL out to potential investors as a thriving, successful trucking business. You know, all while RBL's actual trucking business lost money. In the process, though, Singh and his co-conspirators made material misrepresentations and material omissions about the riskiness of investing in RBL. The profitability of RBL's trucking operations, how RBL would pay its investors, and how they would use investor funds. Through these misrepresentations and omissions, Singh and his co-conspirators somehow raised over $100 million from investors, which they then used in part to pay existing investors their promised returns. The quintessential Ponzi scheme. The Department of Justice says the scheme was ongoing all the way up to his arrest last week. RBL has 166 power units, 91 drivers, according to the FMCSA's Safer website. Singh was indicted by a federal grand jury on the 14th of June. He was arrested this past week by U.S. Marshals and released on a $1 million bond. Under the terms of his release, he cannot work in the trucking industry. He's expected to make his next court appearance Friday. U.S. Attorney Kiran Bhatt prosecuting the case. If convicted, though, Singh could face up to 150 years in prison. The FBI is seeking information from anyone who invested in RBL. All right, the first report on that came down from FreightWaves a few days ago. $100 million Ponzi scheme. Yeah, those are the deals where, if it sounds too good to be true, you can invest in the stock market. You can invest in the Bitcoin or Dogecoin or cryptocurrencies. All these sort of things. But when an individual, especially when it comes to the likes of a trucking company, says, if you invest in my guy, we're getting magnificent returns. 15, 20%, whatever. I don't know what the numbers were. But somehow, I guess a lot of this is word of mouth. Wealthy individuals who associate with other wealthy individuals. Yeah, I gave the guy $2 million and I made $500,000 back. That drags other people in. All right, we'll get a news break here. Final hour coming up after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. America's top diplomat says the sudden rebellion by a Russian mercenary group shows problems are mounting from within as the war with Ukraine drags on.
It's too soon to say with any certainty what the final chapter in this particular book is going to be.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken on CBS's Face the Nation says the White House has contingencies in place related to Russia, including a possible fall of Putin's government. Despite facing a federal indictment, former President Trump is significantly ahead of other Republican presidential contenders.
The poll conducted by NBC News a week after former President Trump was indicted shows Trump has 51% of the support from national GOP primary voters, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis trailing behind at 22%. Former Vice President Mike Pence, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley received only single-digit support. However, even with the Trump lead, half of all Republican voters say they'd consider another candidate. I'm John Schaefer.
One of the dozen GOP challengers is North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum.
Competition is great for America. It's great for any industry, and it's great for the Republican Party, and it's great for our voters to have choices.
If elected, Burgum said on CNN State of the Union that he would focus on the economy, energy, and national security. A former Trump ally is slamming the former president for seemingly bragging about his 37-count federal indictment.
I don't know how it benefited the American people for him to take highly sensitive intelligence and secret documents out of the White House to stonewall the government on returning them.
Chris Christie, who is also seeking the Republican nomination, made the comments on ABC's This Week. Forecasters say the extreme heat that's been baking Texas will push into parts of the Plains, Mississippi Valley, and the Southeast this week. More records could fall with temperatures between 5 and 15 degrees hotter than average. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
With sports betting all the rage and legal in many places, the NFL is reinforcing its gambling policy to players across the league.
The NFL's gambling policy includes 6 key rules that are highlighted by not betting on any NFL games, not sharing any team insider information, and not participating in any daily fantasy games. All NFL rookies will also now be required to attend mandatory education sessions. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The Powerball jackpot continues to grow. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing. That means Monday night's jackpot will swell in the multi-state lottery game to $440 million. As for Tuesday's Mega Millions jackpot, that's up to $343 million. Human remains have been found in the California wilderness near the area where actor Julian Sands went missing.
Police have been searching for the missing British actor since he disappeared while hiking in January. Harsh weather conditions have made active search and rescue difficult until recently. On Saturday, San Bernardino officials announced hikers discovered human remains around Mount Baldy, and a positive ID should be completed by next week. Sands is well known for his roles in 24 and Leaving Las Vegas. I'm Jim Forbes.
Harrison Ford says he doesn't plan on slowing down. During a recent interview with CNN's Chris Wallace, the 80-year-old Ford scoffed when asked about any retirement plans. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight, a fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, final hour back on a Monday. Greatest day of the week. Right? So says Captain Ron. All right, looks like Cue Ball has a follow-up here on a Monday morning. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me back, Steve. Steve, I love it when somebody calls to argue against my point, but then absolutely makes my point for me while arguing against my point, but not realizing they made my point for me. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, break it down for me.
All right, let's break it down. So, guy called in, says he gets, he only knows owner-operators that get percentages, but nobody around corporate Kentucky pays percentage. Well, very few companies at all pay percentage because they figure out how to rip off the driver. That's why percentage, I feel, is the best way to roll. Let me explain how he made my point for me. He makes, I heard it many times, he says he goes up 300 miles, comes back 300 miles, and he gets trip pay. Now, let's say, for sake of argument, when the trucking company, we're assuming he's not hauling bulk, which pays per ton or per hundredweight or whatever. The trucking company, let's say, bills for that trip where he goes 600 miles. Let's just keep, nobody would run for that cheap, but well, then again, somebody will. Let's say, for example, they bill for that 300 up, 300 back, they bill $1,000. And they pay the driver $300. You're at 30%, bro. Your percentage.
Mm-hmm.
You just didn't know it. You follow what I'm saying? Trip pay is percentage pay. The load paid this. You got a percentage of it. There you are. Percentage. You've made my point for me. Now, let's say, for example, the only people that I know, well, let me stress that. The only people I know personally in the trucking industry in any way, shape, or form that get hourly pay drives dump truck. Now, the customer, when you're hauling for, let's use Dominique, for example, right? Dominique, the dump truck driver. Dominique gets paid, let me rephrase that. Beyond Dirt, the trucking company, gets paid hourly. She takes her money out of that as the driver, right? But she's moving somebody else's material. So the same customer that's paying Beyond Dirt, the trucking company, is also paying for the material that's being hauled in the dump truck, right? That's why you scale in empty and you scale out loaded, right? The difference between your loaded and empty, that's what the product weighs. That's what the customer pays for. So the customer gets two bills for the load. You have to pay for the material from, let's say, your rock quarry, and then have to pay Beyond Dirt, the trucking company, to move the dirt per hour. But let's say she drives really, really slow to just drag her feet to get that extra money, and you only get one load where an average driver would get three. Beyond Dirt's never going to get another phone call again. That's why in dump trucking like that, you can pay the trucking company or the driver per hour because it's watched. The customer will never pay twice the amount if you're driving half as fast and taking twice as long than anybody else would. You're just not, you know what I mean? You might do it once, but you're never going to get that phone call again. So you go out of business, you're done. We also, and I'm not picking on Heat Wave, I am picking on YRC or Yellow. Didn't he just say he get paid to sit and do nothing? How long has that company got before it's out of business? See the problem?
Well, I think he said he's going to be sitting another 2.5, 3 hours waiting on someone to come out there and get that tire. So, yeah, but he gets, I don't know, is that equivalent to like detention pay? Is that what they call that? Or
I get where a driver doesn't want to sit and not be paid when a truck that he doesn't own broke down. I understand that. But when it's written into a contract that the company has to pay all this labor and all this, all this expenses for a truck that's not making any money, that company might not be around very long. So you might have a really good contract, but if the company don't survive, what do you have? You got nothing. Again, it's not a knock on Heatwave. It is a knock on YRC. I'll give you another example. Let's say, for example, that you're being paid per mile doing what I do, what I'm doing right now, in fact, right? So I'll load from Wisconsin, which we're not hauling for a broker. We get out to the West Coast. Now, this trip for me is particularly different because I'm bringing my own crap back to Wisconsin, stuff that I own. But let's say you get out there and the only thing you have is cheap broker freight, and I have to pay a driver X amount per mile, but the truck won't make any money paying the labor and hauling for brokers, which right now, brokers ain't paying spit to get us back to where we need to be to get out of roll 3. So how much money is that driver going to make either sitting per hour or driving per mile when the labor cost is eating me alive? I'll park that truck out there for a week, driver to sit there for free. See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't work it doesn't work all the time. I use an example of a company I used to pull for as an owner-operator, hauling LTL freight and reefers out of Wisconsin. I know for a fact that trailer, now again, if you look at the difference between a truck and a trailer or a combination of it, right? I own the truck, the company owns the trailer. I have the lion's share of the expenses when it comes to that particular unit being defined as the truck and the trailer. Obviously, they've got a building and dispatch and all that. But when it comes to the equipment being worn down, I'm the one with the lion's share of the money out. That company was making $8-9 a mile, sticking 6, 7, 8 stops from Wisconsin to Brooklyn, and I'm getting paid $1 a mile, $1.05 actually back then.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? They're making all the money. They're paying me this, and I'm losing my ass. And they're stacking banking. They got $100 bills stacked to the ceiling. That's not right either. If it was percentage, let's say I'm not going to say what I'm making right now, but let's say, for example, if I was a company driver for where I'm working right now, and a driver was making, well, I know what I would pay a driver to drive one of my trucks, which is where I'm going with the multiple trucks thing here. You get 30, 31, maybe 32% depending on of the gross pay. Okay, that's not after fuel. It's the gross. If the load pays $1,000, you got $310 coming to you for that 31%, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do the math. So the point is, if you're making $10 a mile, well then shoot, what company driver is going to turn down $3.10 a mile? But that's not how that company paid. That's why I left that company, because I knew they were making, think about it, with time, it ate up a crap ton of time to drop all those drops for $1.05 a mile. Example, when I was working for them, I'd come out of Jersey, get back to Wisconsin, it'd take me 3 damn days. It doesn't take 3 days to drive from New Jersey to Wisconsin. But for that company, it did. So, you're talking $900, you make $900 in 3 days to the truck? Get effed. That's not enough. That's not going to play. That's why I left them. You follow what I'm saying? So yeah, back to the other guy over there. If the trucking company is making $1,000 on the run and they give you $300, you're on 30%. Your percentage, brother. You just didn't know it. Glad I told you. Have a nice night.
Okay, I got it. I know he'd break it down for us. All right, 15 past the hour. Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia shared a bit of a disturbing experience with her Twitter followers yesterday. She said, last night in my D.C. residence, the television turned on by itself, and the screen showed someone's laptop trying to connect to the TV. Now, she said, just for the record, I'm very happy. I'm very healthy. I eat well, exercise a lot. I do not smoke and never have. I do not take any medications. I'm not vaccinated, so I'm not concerned about blood clots or heart conditions. Nor do I have anything to hide. I guess that was what, trying to clarify that I'm not on drugs or I'm not Looney Tunes kind of thing, I'm not like you're hallucinating, lady. She said, I just love my country and the people and know how much they've been screwed over by the corrupt people in our government. And I'm not willing to be quiet about it or willing to go along with it. Now, she then tweeted a link to a report that shows there are indeed hidden privacy dangers in smart TVs, this latest generation smart televisions that are connected to the internet. Matter of fact, the FBI has said, yes, the potential exists for smart TVs to be turned into devices that spy on their owners. That was a report from CBS News. Beyond the risk that your television manufacturer and app developers may be listening and watching you, that television, the smart TV, can be a gateway for hackers to come into your home, says the FBI. At the low end of the risk spectrum, they can change channels, play with the volume, and maybe show your kids inappropriate videos. In a worst-case scenario, they could turn on your bedroom television's camera and microphone and silently cyberstalk you, says the FBI. So I know many, growing up through my teenage years, and how many times did you hear people suggest they're watching us? They're watching us through the television. The technology at that point in time, did not exist. You had a tube that the signal showed up, and we were watching the television programming. That has indeed changed now. Yes, they can potentially watch you and listen. Obviously, if you've got the likes of the Alexa technology or the Siri, if you can speak, and they have to be nonstop listening, because Alexa can be sitting there silent when you say Alexa. She had to be listening, right? Same with the television, these smart TVs. I don't have my son got me a smart TV for Christmas a couple of years ago. He says you can program it to where you can say, turn on channel 19 or turn on Fox Sports Ohio. I don't have that feature set up, but I mean, there's obviously a camera or a microphone listening that can listen to what you tell it. I didn't realize they actually do have cameras, modern technology. So now it may have just been someone randomly trying to hack into a smart television, not necessarily intentionally, maybe targeting Marjorie Taylor Greene. Don't know about that, but okay, just so you know, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, 22 past the hour, and what do you say, Hillbilly?
Good morning, Steve. It's nice to follow Q-Ball on this subject. I've been paid all three ways where you talk about getting paid. When I started back in '98 driving a truck, I drove a concrete mixer in northern Kentucky. Being on the low motor of the seniority list, if I didn't have a load or they were just slow, we cleaned trucks and jackhammered concrete out of the drums, or we went home.
Mm-hmm.
Which, being young like that, I opted to clean trucks and jackhammered concrete, which was kind of neat when we had a truck break down with 10 yards of concrete and watch a company come in there and use dynamite to blow it out and not blow the truck up. There's several of us that kind of watched that go on, wondering how big of an explosion it's going to be, and it crumbled it right up and put it in chunks like maybe a foot diameter. I was like, darn, they knew what they were doing. But that works great for that kind of work. When I pulled a dump trailer for 14 years, it was all percentage. The company got paid per ton or per 100, I don't remember which now. But I did that over the road. I went from East Coast to West Coast, 44-foot spread axle dump trailer. It paid good that way, and the small company I worked for was honest and told me what they made or per load, and I got my settlement check every week for all the loads I hauled. And what I'm doing now, working for Martin, I get 68 cents a mile. And by far, this company here, I'm home every night. I make more now than I ever have in all three ways. Now, he's talking about how a company can pay a driver for sitting and not go under. Martin's been around for over 75 years, and I've been with them going on 9 years now. If we blow a tire and have to sit for repairs, we get paid hourly from the time with the tire blow, we call road service, to the time the tire's fixed. If it snows and the company calls us to shut down because they don't want trucks on bad conditions, we get paid hourly till they give us the all clear. Detention day at the dock, got to give them the first tire. But other than that, I get paid for sitting there until they get the load done. So, I mean, it's all about the company and who you work for, about being honest about percentage of what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
There's companies out there, if you drive against the percentage, and they only tell them, oh, we're only making this much, but they're actually making another amount. I mean, you got to be able to prove what they're making. And we all know, like he said, the company's going to try to screw the driver over, try to make more if they're losing money. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yeah, sure do.
I mean, so, I worked all three, and all three does work good if everybody's up and up. I mean, I can remember when I was driving a concrete truck, that last load, I might have took the long way back to the yard where I clocked out just to get an extra 30 or an hour, 30 minutes in to make an even hour, stuff like that. But, I mean, if you go out take a load of concrete out, that's 30 minutes away, 30 minutes back, and 15, 20 minutes to unload, it takes you 3 hours, they're going to question you. If you know what I'm saying. So the driver's driving 50, 55 miles per hour to leaking their day out, the company's going to look at you and say, what took you so long?
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I'm saying, it's consistent.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess, years ago when we didn't have all this modern technology, that wouldn't probably have been as easy to do as today with the GPS and the tracking. They know when your truck's moving, they know when it's sitting, and
right, exactly. I mean, it's well, I tell everybody, you find your niche what you're happy at, and you're happy with your pay. I mean, everybody's got that amount that they want to make. Do I want to make a dollar a mile? Absolutely. There ain't very many company drivers out there that pays that much. But we're all trying to get the most money for our buck. So are the companies. But that's just my 2 cents worth into it. I mean, it is what it is. But like I said, I figure I chime in since this is back on the subject this week, since I've done all three, got experience in all three.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Yep.
So, Steve, have a good morning.
All right, thank you for checking in. Hillbilly, have a great day. And it's 844-844-3388. Let me see here. Yeah, it was Spaceman. That his quote was, "The yellow submarine is about to implode." That's the way he put it. Because implosion is a big word right now. After the entire nation held their breath last week, hoping for a positive outcome with the submersible thing. But Wall Street Journal says Yellow is so desperate to get a new contract done because it's effectively out of money. Industry analysts are noting Yellow may run out of money by August and go bankrupt later this year. In May, Yellow's credit rating was reduced from an already junk status, B3, to CAA1 by the credit rating agency Moody's Investor Service. Obligations that are rated CAA are judged to be speculative, of poor standing, and subject to very high credit risk, according to Moody's. Now, they need funding. Who's going to be willing to loan money when you're in that sort of a status? I don't think anyone in this day and age. So we'll kind of pick up there. We got to get our news break here, bottom of the hour, on a Back to Work Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump says the federal government has a, quote, vital role in regulating abortion. But in a speech to a conservative audience Saturday night, Trump declined to be specific about what that role should be. A number of other Republicans running for the 2024 presidential nomination have called for tough federal restrictions, if not an all-out ban on abortion. The U.S. Coast Guard is launching a formal investigation into the deadly implosion of the Titan submersible that killed all 5 on board. Human remains have been found in the California wilderness near the area where actor Julian Sands went missing. Police have been searching for the missing British actor since he disappeared while hiking in January. Some damage is being reported in Indiana after a suspected tornado hit the central part of the state. Thousands of customers were without power on Sunday. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, just getting back to the whole yellow thing. Wall Street Journal said the high risk of default is a result of their staggering $1.6 billion in debt, $700 million of which is owed to the federal government. Their most recent financial report showed that the company's operating at a loss. Even in quarters where it netted a profit, they've been relatively low, overshadowed by the outstanding debt. Roughly $1.3 billion of Yellow's debt will mature this year, and it is unclear if they'll be able to withstand the financial pressure. In order to save the company from financial collapse, they have to secure additional funding. They can't do that until a new deal with the Teamsters is secured. In a memo to employees, Yellow said, quote, the company is running out of cash and is at risk of closure/liquidation. Delays to phase 2 and the One Yellow transformation have come with a serious cost. The company is unable to pay its bills and secure lender financing without showing the market that we're able to implement our One Yellow plans. Yeah, that's pretty much the memo that's being read in the various barns, as they call it, around the country, the union barns. And we shared the one last week, someone that actually had recorded the conversations, and after they read that, they said, ain't that a bunch of BS? We've been here, done this. In other words, Yellow faces bankruptcy unless they can show Wall Street that they are capable of extracting as much value from workers as possible to generate profit for investors. For their part, the Teamsters have offered no perspective to oppose wage cuts and job losses. They've openly admitted they've given the companies billions of dollars of workers' money in the form of wage, benefit, and pension cuts, yet Yellow still finds itself staring bankruptcy in the face. It is not left for the Teamsters to save this company. We've given enough, was the statement from Teamsters President Sean O'Brien. What happens next is out of our control. In other words, thousands of Yellow workers may lose their jobs, and the Teamsters will passively accept this. The bureaucracy at the Teamsters have already sold out Yellow workers to the tune of billions of dollars, knows that it cannot contain worker outrage anymore. There is no room left for concessions. Workers are fed up with giving away their living and working conditions to the company. Yellow cannot be fought against as a single company. The restructuring of Yellow is demanded by Wall Street, which is placing similar demands on all logistics companies, including UPS, which is holding a strike vote this week. If Yellow survives bankruptcy, it will demand that workers sacrifice even more to generate profits for investors. If Yellow goes bankrupt and is picked apart by rival trucking companies, workers will either be left out of a job or exploited under a new corporate banner. All right, more to the story, but that's, you get the breakdown. It's like, it's not looking good, as they say. How are we looking? Well, Sundance Kid, what's going on?
Hey, man, I'm really enjoying the conversation about this driver pay. And I've noticed that what seems to really work really good is the guys that are running local. And the local guys have got it figured out. All right, we're making $25, $35 an hour running local. But we go home every day. So we're not in the truck. We get to see our families. And what I was trying to get to last week was for the time that we miss, we should be compensated, because we don't go home. Well, but I'm not too far out of line, I don't believe, at $20 an hour for every hour we're gone. If you're gone, let's say you get a weekend off, say you work 3 weeks and you have a week off. You're only going to get, if everything works great, you're only going to get 9,000 miles for that 3 weeks. That's 3,000 miles a week. And that's been gone 7 days. You're not going to do that in 4 days. You're not going to run 3,000 miles in 4 days because it's way over the law.
All right.
All right. So let's say you run 9,000, you get 60 cents a mile, you're making $5,400 for the month. All right. Then you're gone 168 hours a week, which is, my math is 168 times 4. What's that? About 600 and something. So you're around $11, $12 an hour for every hour you're gone. Is that what truck drivers are? That's our wage. That's what we should be making. If everybody's happy with $11, $12 an hour, and that's if you run 3,000 miles a week, I don't think that's good money. In Cubo's scenario of a company on a 1,000-mile run is going to charge, or on a 600-mile run, the guy used out of Corbin, they're going to bid that for $1,000. Well, that's only about $1.70 a mile, $1.60, and the driver's going to get $300 of that. So he's 30 cents a mile. The numbers are way off. They're exaggerating how much you can drive and how many miles you're going to run. And if you're gone all year, you're going to be gone 8,400 hours a year. And now you're looking at, if you make, you're going to make $80,000 for that. That's $10 an hour to do what we do.
Yeah.
And I think that's way low for what we do and our responsibilities. And, and I'm and not every day's perfect. I mean, you sit at a dock for 3 hours, I don't have to sit at a dock that long. I got about an hour at a dock. I run 600 miles a day locally, and I make good money. It averages out to $33 an hour at 60 cents a mile. So, I'm just trying to figure out a good number for your time gone to where it $20 an hour to work or $40 to drive, if you drive 4 hours that day, you get $160. Or if you drive 10 hours that day, you get $400. It'll all add up or average out. But, $20 an hour. And I've been through the percentage thing. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going through a court case right now. There is a rule, there is a law, it's called Truth in Leasing Law. If you're on percentage, they have to show you the rate confirmation. Now, the only problem with that is I got some paperwork in my law case to where I seen a load that paid them $1,600, and I have another piece of paper where they whited it out, and you can see the whiteout on the paper, and they dropped it down to $1,200. They stole $400 right off the top. And then they're going to give me 70% of that. And what, so there's a lot of thievery. And they had $4 mile freight. And I knew, and it showed up that I was averaging $2.89 a mile for all my miles, right? Well, I know my operating cost is $1.15. That's from my fuel and everything, my insurance, the truck payment. Cost me $1.15 a mile to make it. So that was insurance, everything. All right. So if I'm at $2.89 and and my operating cost is $1.15, I should be bringing home like $1.64 a mile. And I was running 10,000 miles a month. And then, or actually more than that, about 12. Because I would go out and I'd come back and I'd get a 34 and I'd be gone again. So I should be bringing home 16,000 to me. Well, I was only bringing home 12. Well, come to find out, the way they were doing the fuel surcharge was they would take the load, subtract the fuel surcharge from it, then multiply the new number, the lower number, by 70%, and then give me the fuel surcharge back. So they stole the fuel surcharge pretty much. I got about 15% of what I was supposed to get.
You were just getting a percentage of the fuel surcharge, in other words.
No, the guy that pays for the fuel, he gets 100% of the fuel surcharge.
But the way they were juggling it, you essentially were getting a percentage of it.
A percent, yeah. I was getting 15% of the 100% of the fuel surcharge, and that's what that's when the fuel, when it was like 16-cent fuel surcharge, it didn't really add up. It didn't really subtract off there that much, so it all worked. But when it got up to 76 cents a mile, they were taking off a 1,000-mile run. They were taking $760 off the load that paid $3,000. You know, so it was, you know, so now we're at $2,200, and now we're getting 70% of $2,200 instead of 70%. So, you know, that's what brought it all about. But I'm going through court case, and I'm trying, you know, but like I said, when I get done with this and I win this thing, I'm going to Washington and get this thing straightened up. And I'm just trying to find out a good number for every hour you're gone, you know, because you can't run 3,000 miles in 5 days between Monday and Saturday. Because, like I said, if you pick up on Monday and you have a 600-mile run, you're going to run 10 hours that day, whatever. Now, you're going to deliver the next day because a lot of shippers, they close in the afternoon. And you do the same thing tomorrow, Tuesday to Wednesday, Wednesday to Thursday, Thursday to Friday. That's 4 days at 600 miles a day. If you don't get a 600-mile run, it's, you know, you're still at the truck 24 hours a day and not at your home. So you're still at work just because you only had to drive 6 hours that day for a 300-mile run. You know, you're going to get it off tomorrow, and depending on how long you sit at the dock. But like I said, if we're at $8 and $10, if y'all are happy with $8 and $10, then the industry is imploding. We use that word, it's hot right now, on itself. And that's why you won't have any drivers out here. And as for a heat wave, that YRC trying to buy ABF, well, I worked at ABF for 14 years, and that was a contract like 2 ago. And they were trying to, that was a scare tactic for ABF drivers to pass their contract, because they said if we don't pass it, YRC's going to buy you out. So we all voted for it. So that was, I mean, because YRC come out with that like a month before the contract was to be voted on. So that was, you know, YRC, if they was going to vote on it, if we weren't going to pass it, our stock would have went down if we didn't pass our contract. They would have got us at a bargain rate. But that was all, like I said, that was all scare tactics and stuff like that on the YRC. But like I said, if everybody wants $10 an hour to drive the truck, I'm okay. I'll be fine. I'm at 33. If y'all want to do that, that's fine. But the people in the companies, they're getting good money, and you hear about this backhaul. It'll pay for my fuel. They never say anything about it. It'll pay for my driver and my fuel going back. You know, so say no to cheap freight.
There you go.
And all right, man. I appreciate it. Enjoy the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you have sparked some interesting conversation in recent days. Yeah, everybody learning about pay. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Back into
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and Find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we head down the home stretch here on a Back to Work Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. How was your weekend, Horse Feathers? Did you get your fire truck parades in or no?
Yeah, we kind of did. The one was canceled, but we still had an amended one to do with it anyways there. The second one, the Lions Club got nervous because there was a lot of orange and red on the radar map, and they didn't want to take a chance with the lightning and everything. But for the few of us that were hanging around there, we still went down the street, and a bunch of us threw candy out to the kids that were all out there in front of their houses waiting for the parade to happen. So they got a little amended one there. So we just made the siren scream a little longer and a little louder.
Yeah, I did see where you got a photo of the Cincinnatus Fire Department truck with a rainbow in the background.
Yeah, did you like that?
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, so we got that in, and then they did get their fireworks off there, so we got to see some fireworks and everything Saturday night. So it was all in all a good weekend, but yeah, I don't know, we just had our regular things to do as well. So, but anyways, hey, so with this yellow deal, I keep hearing about the concessions to the drivers. Now, what about the three-letter executives? You know, you got the CEO and the CFO and the COO, and well, what about those guys? What are they giving up?
Right.
What are their salaries? Do we have any idea what their salaries are per year? Do they disclose that?
What kind of concessions are they given?
Yeah. What their annual salary is. I'd like to know what they get that the shareholders don't get for profit in their stocks because of what those big three-letter executives make. Maybe the overhead ought to be cut at the top end instead of the bottom end. Not usually the way it works. So anyways, this whole deal with pay goes back to when you go to an employer and you take your application, you fill out a job application or give them a resume, and they say, we'd like you to work for us, and you say, well, how much are you going to pay me to work for you? That's called a negotiation, Your Honor. And at that point, you should be making your negotiation, and they're going to tell you what they're going to offer you to pay you for the job they want you to do, and you're either going to accept it or not accept it. So if people are accepting work for less money than what they can afford to live on or need to live on or think they're worth, then they're making a mistake accepting the position. They need to walk away and go to the next position and do what they need to do to get the money they need to survive, whether they get paid by the hour, paid by the mile, paid by the trip, paid percentage. And you gotta make your own decision for your own life. That's called capitalism, Your Honor. That's what we're supposed to be living on here. We're not supposed to have, dictated wages and setups like that. I mean, everything I pretty much worked for, I knew what I was getting paid, whether I was getting paid enough, and I knew I wasn't getting paid enough, but needed a paycheck and did it anyway. I mean, you gotta get out there and do it. So anyways, I forget, was it Carl or somebody there that called in, and
yeah,
I think Q-Ball explained it pretty good there, that being paid by the trip is actually being paid percentage, because the trip pays a certain amount to the truck. He's getting paid a certain amount for doing the trip, and the trip is what his pay is.
A percentage,
for the trip is
sure.
A percentage of what gets paid to the truck. It's exactly what it is. It's percentage. So whether it's 15% or 25% or 30%, whatever he's getting, then that's what. But the thing is that he just doesn't know what the truck is getting paid. He just knows what the trip pays. Now, when I did trip pay, the trip was scheduled to be done in a certain amount of time. So if the trip was scheduled to be done in 10 hours and you got back in 8 hours, you still got the same trip pay, even though it was scheduled for 10 hours of work. Now, if you had an unlucky day where you got held up in a little traffic and you got back in 11, well, then you still got the same trip pay that paid what it was supposed to be done in 10. And it's kind of, you take the good with the bad, so it averages out in the end that if you have a good day, then you do it that way, and and if you have a bad day, then it averages out, and by the end of the year, you still get your normal pay for the amount of hours you work. But anyways, but I just go and buy a motel here, and they got a sign out saying that they're renting out rooms at $385 a week, $385 a week. Now that seems like a lot until you figure it out, and it's somewhere around $55 a night. And you figure out, well, where can you go get a motel room for $55 a night? And, well, there's not too many places you can. So, but if you figure out that $385 a week, it turns into like $1,540
in a
every
month.
4 weeks.
Correct. So yeah,
less than a month.
That's that's one of those extended stay places. That's people who can't. How many, like say, homeless people or whatever can afford 16? They might be able to get enough scrounged up for a night here and there, but yes, $1,600 a month.
But you should be able to rent an apartment for that amount
Oh
of money.
yeah,
Or you should be able to make a small mortgage payment. I mean, I know you can't make a lot of mortgage payments at $1,500 or $1,600 a month anymore, but you got to look at how your money's being spent. How your money's being earned and how your money's being spent, and it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to live anymore, Your Honor. It's not like it was 20, 30 years ago. But anyways, we're going to run out of time, and I don't know where to go with this. But yeah, we all had a good weekend. Hope everybody else did. So somewhere out there on Facebook, and one of my reels that I just did is the fireworks. If anybody wants to see them, so they can check that out if they'd like.
Yeah, it sounds like you may need to be keeping an eye on your weather. Is it going to be later today or maybe on Tuesday there along the eastern seaboard, or maybe both? Things supposed to get kind of busy, as they say. All right. Hey, one final note. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage, as it's called, will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And just for being a listener to this program, if you'd like to order online, go to goldeagle.com. Place your order. Use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. And there you go, 15% off your entire order. Have a safe Monday, and thanks so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.